Welcome back again to another episode of ThoughtRiotPodcast, episode number 36 in the house. So
lucky number 36.
Yes.
6 is my favorite number, and multiples of 3. I'm weird like that.
Oh.
OCD like that.
Doesn't that have some connection to like the Illuminati? They're obsessed with 3 because it's the perfect number, or it's 9, or something like that.
3 is the perfect number.
Yeah.
3 points on a triangle. Perfect shape.
I think they're obsessed with 9 because it's 3-3 or something like that, and 3 is the perfect number. So, anyways, going back to what our podcast axiom is, we commit to being honest, intelligent, unscripted, and interesting conversations, bringing the information we get, following it to wherever it leads, with you guys holding nothing back and sharing brutal honesty the entire time. We censor nothing.
And talk about everything.
All right. Tonight should be a good one. I gotta let you guys know, though, I am super, super, super sick, so I'll be surprised if my voice makes it through this entire podcast. I'm not feeling horrible, but it's taking a toll on me, so.
Whatever's going around right now is terrible. Like, I don't know if it's COVID. I had a COVID test. It was negative. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, and I had flu tests. Nothing came back.
Yeah, whatever it is crazy. The symptoms are insane, and it's not popping up on your basic COVID tests. So
and
I have no idea.
And strep tests and everything. It's just a weird virus going around right now. Hopefully you guys don't have it.
Yeah, hopefully. But
because it's terrible.
If you're not following us already, make sure you hop on our Discord. The invite link will be here. We got...
if you're watching video.
If you haven't been to our streamlabs.com/ThoughtRiotPodcast, make sure you check it out. That should have all of our updates, newest videos, things like that. Now, I did see on there, when I went on there to check it out the other day to try and figure out the weird tip pop-up box thing, it is not updating our newest videos. So I have to figure out how to get it to update to our newest videos. It still has some of the videos on there from before we started covering just crime, so gotta fix that, but I will get on it. Anyways, check it out, because that has our live stream schedule on there, and we're live Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., so come hang out with us on there. It's getting bigger.
Yeah, we had 50 people the other night. It was pretty good chat.
Yeah.
We have really good conversations. We get into it. We keep it respectful. We encourage everybody to share opinions and talk. The only rule is no bullying. That's really it.
Yeah.
So yeah, hit that like button, subscribe, or if you're listening to audio or you're on Spotify, leave a review. I think Apple Podcasts actually is the only one that has reviews, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, but based on everything that I'm reading, over half of our listeners that are audio listeners are listening on Apple. So if you are one of those listeners, please leave a review. That is massive to get the podcast out there and get noticed, pop up on the front pages, to get more support. And what's nice is it's only going to end up helping you guys, the viewer. Once we get to a point where we can do this more full time, we're going to be able to put more time into it. So I would assume that our stories will be able to be more in depth. We'll be able to hunt down more detailed information and have an all-around deeper, more investigative podcast.
Yeah. And if you guys have any suggestions, ideas, cases you want us to cover, you can email us at ContactThoughtRiot@gmail.com.
Yes.
And we check it very regularly. So we'll be sure to get back to you.
All the podcast stuff out of the way, we can dive into some of the stories. You know, one thing somebody said to me, it's funny I wonder what they're going to think with me being sick, because I can already tell I'm toned down. But multiple people actually left comments saying, hey, the guy just needs to be himself and not try and be like over the top energy and how I am. And what's super funny is I tone myself down when I'm on here. So when I'm talking to a customer that I'm working with, like, dude, my hands are off the charts. I am way more enthusiastic, so it's just funny. People could watch me and be like, dude, he's totally faking it. He's making it way bigger than it is. Nope, really do talk this way.
Yeah, that's weird. People think it's like funny. Disingenuous or something, like you're putting on a show. I mean, we are putting on a show. Yeah. Just want to clarify. But
I just thought I understand
it was funny. People like relatability. Yeah, it is kind of funny. I do want to give one shout out, though. Sleuthy Goosey, the other night when we were live streaming, tweeted out our live stream on Twitter to give us a shout out.
That's awesome.
And that's amazing. If you guys are listening and you haven't checked out Sleuthy Goosey, she does incredible, like, sleuthing, investigative work. I love her channel. She's a sweetheart. Love when she joins the live stream and chats. And yeah, I just really like her, so I definitely think you guys should check her out, subscribe to her, like her videos, and leave her some love. Let her know that we sent you.
Yes, absolutely. She is good people.
Yes, she is.
But like all of our viewers are, so we have some committed viewers out there, and I appreciate all of them. You know, the same names keep popping up in the live stream chats and whatnot, and we're always having a really good time on there. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's good. We get good information. And what's cool is a lot of times our viewers bring more detailed, more in-depth information than we had previously. So, like, I'm learning a ton.
I know.
Yeah.
They're all so intelligent. They all do their homework, seriously.
Absolutely. And it's funny when we're on live stream where we'll say something, you know, I feel like we're doing good building a community where our viewers feel comfortable being like, hey, Brendan, you're full of it, bro. Like, that's not what's going on, you know? And that's a good thing. That's a good thing, because it's really important to us to make sure that when we're following crime and cases and updates that we keep ourselves in check, not to be biased or look at, you know, top news stories that haven't been proven yet with no evidence behind it or anything like that. So I think we're building a really great community. And if you're listening, you should come join us on YouTube. But yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah, and thank you to everyone who's already joined.
Thank you. Thank you. So, updates this week.
News updates.
Yeah, news updates this week. Not stories, news updates. So, we've covered a couple different updates that had to do with death penalty stuff.
Yes, we have. Like the Idaho firing squad.
The Idaho firing squad. Well, now, Alabama wants to be the first state to execute a prisoner by making him breathe only nitrogen.
Okay, is this painful, or is this like an easy death?
Based on everything I'm reading, it says it is supposed to be completely painless.
Oh, then maybe it's a good alternative to lethal injection.
That's what I was thinking too when I first read it, because, you know, we have some major concerns with the firing squad for the people that are pulling the triggers, not necessarily the person that's being put to death. If the criminal is at that point where he's lining up with the firing squad, like,
yeah,
our justice system worked. He went through it. He or she went through it, and they are meeting what the court found to be fair and efficient in that case. But that case and that court didn't issue trauma to all the people that are going to be pulling the triggers. You know what I mean? And regardless, I don't think it matters if there's 5 people in a row, 4 of them have bullets, 1 don't. If 1 has a bullet, 4 don't. If all of them have bullets, none of them have. I don't think that matters. And based on the scientific studies done on this, it doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter what mix of non-bullets and bullets there is, but it causes trauma in these people. It might not be immediate. It might pop up 10 years later in dreams and things like that.
It's going to make a connection in your brain that's subconscious that you might not even realize is there. Your brain makes connections constantly with whatever you're doing, whatever you're seeing. It makes those connections without your knowledge whatsoever. Yes. So, I definitely believe that it will inevitably cause trauma in those people pulling the trigger. But I also question putting people to death at all, no matter how painless it is that causing trauma too? Even if it is just nitrogen. I get people can compartmentalize. But there is a good argument against the death penalty altogether. There really is.
I mean, for the person that's giving it, but, okay, let's
for the people receiving too, because there have been innocent people put to death.
Yeah, I get that. I don't necessarily know how I feel about it, because right now, I forget what the exact number is, but right now, when somebody is put on death row, they're on death row on average for over a decade with all the appeals and everything like that. I think it might be closer to double that. I think it's like 17, 18 years. And don't quote me on that. I don't have the stat in front of me, but it's a long time. Whatever it is. It's a long time.
It is a very lengthy appeal process.
So I feel like with the way that our justice system works, that gives them a lot of chances to get off of death row. So I don't know if I back the death penalty. I don't know if I don't. I have no idea. I haven't looked into it in that amount to make a commitment one way or the other. The one thing that I do believe in is that, one, it should be painless regardless of whatever their crimes were. And that doesn't have to do with the criminal. That has to do with the families that legally are allowed to come and watch, okay?
And the people conducting it, the people that are pulling the trigger or doing the injection.
Yeah.
Anybody who has to be there and be a part of that process.
Absolutely. Now, is there a way to do it where we make the criminal press a button or make the criminal put the mask on? Maybe. I don't know. Is there an automatic system where the system is created with certain codes and nobody's pressing the button? It just automatically does it once the clock hits midnight or something. I don't know. But it sounds like this is going to be a possible good alternative. However, there are some concerns being brought up. So I don't know if you know this, but Alabama has had a few failed death penalty.
Lethal injections?
Lethal injections, and also a couple other ones, too. I just forget how they were putting people to death for the death penalty in those other cases. But one of them it was failed, and then they had 2 others where they couldn't find the veins. So this sounds more friendly by all accounts with just using a mask, and the science says it should be real painless and easy and straightforward. However, people are saying, Alabama's not really in a state where they should be testing this, the first one to test it. There's 3 states that have this approved. None have tested it. Alabama's going to be the first one.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. But I would assume if it gets to this point, they had to have tested it in other ways, Is this a common way to put animals asleep if they're, or to death if they are at that point in their life, they have an illness like cancer's taken over them, something like that, right? Everyone's had a pet or a friend that's had a pet that had to put them down because they got hit by a car, whatever,
so
a million reasons, right? Mm-hmm. Is this one of the ways that they do it, and does it appear painless? I get that humans are different than animals, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like there should be a good amount of testing. With this being a news update, I didn't go down that rabbit hole trying to find out exactly what tests have been conducted. Maybe it's something we can look into further, especially if this ends up going through. But I thought it was very interesting, and I'm going to keep a watch on this because we were contemplating other ways to institute the death penalty other than lethal injection because there is
or firing squad.
Or firing squad because there's a major shortage on the drugs for lethal injection. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think this could be, it seems like very simple and easy as well. Like, you're not going to run out of nitrogen, most likely, I believe. And it's as simple as hooking up a mask to an air tank. Like, it just seems very simple and easy, and if it's painless, then sounds like a great idea.
Yeah,
whether you believe in the death penalty or not. I mean,
whether you believe in it or not, there are states that are doing it, okay? So if they're gonna do it, let's find the easiest, less aggressive, traumatic type of way to do that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
The least painful, least traumatic option.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. But I'm curious what you guys think. As always, let me know how you feel about it, and leave it in the comments below.
Okay, so remember we covered the Portland serial killer, Jesse Calhoun, who's being investigated? He's the alleged serial killer. We don't know for sure yet. Well, I just came across an article of another Portland serial killer who just died while on house arrest.
No way.
Isn't that weird?
Like a natural death, or is there something to this, or?
They say it was a natural death. He was at the age of 63 at this point, and it was just health issues. They found him inside his house, and he has many mental health issues, and he weighed under 80 pounds and had been dealing with some kind of illness. We don't know what. It's unspecified. But as far as his mental illnesses that he was diagnosed with, like, one of them is schizophrenia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
if
anyway,
untreated, that can be a scary mental illness if untreated.
Yeah, like for sure. It can be super scary.
Yep.
But as far as what he did, like how we know he's a serial killer is he was arrested and confessed to killing 4 women.
Okay.
So, and they were also sex trafficking victims between 1983 and 1993. He got caught in 2015 and walked free on a plea deal.
What?
Yep, in 2022, because the court was battling over his confession, whether it was legally obtained or not, because the police, they say that it was coercive interrogation, and the court ruled that it was coercive interrogation, that the police did not interrogate him correctly and made him say what they wanted him to say.
He's the guy then? Because you know how many times we've seen the coercive interrogation techniques just recently with Dr. Moore. They work. They absolutely work 100%. And I forget what
he's got mental illness like schizophrenia. You could totally convince him that he did it.
I understand and agree 100%. And it's that system they use. I think it's called like RAID or RAIN or something like that, where they make you wait for an extended period of time and then come in as like a nice person wanting to bond with you, non-judgmental. Like, they have this whole process they go through that is like exterior factors of wait times and how they have you wait and giving you food and all this stuff. And then they also have the verbal cues and manipulations to try and get you to talk too. So, and they work. They absolutely work.
I know they work. I've seen them work many times watching interrogations. So what happened to these victims, which I'll say who they are. Angela Anderson was the youngest. She was 14. Essie Jackson, 23. Tanya Harry, 19. And Latanga Watts, 29. So the youngest was found in a vacant home, and the others were found just dumped in public areas in Portland. All of them had been R-worded and strangled.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Yeah, that aligns with...
It might. We don't know how those others were actually killed, but it aligns
with his... I'm pretty
sure
they said strangle.
No, none of them had autopsies last time we looked into the Portland serial case that's going on now, and they're saying he has no connection to those now, this guy, which obviously. But it aligns with what we learned about Jesse Calhoun from his girlfriend. Now, these took place between 1983 to 1993,
yep.
so it's probably not Jesse.
Yep.
But it makes me then question, is
there a ring?
Is there
some kind of teaching, coaching, passing of the hat type situation?
Like that guy was saying. What was his name again? I can't remember his name. We'll put it up. But he does great investigative work in Portland, too. He does.
He's from the area. He gets feet on the street, and he works directly with some of the homeless community. And everything that we've seen, it's been phenomenal. So check him out.
Great. But... yeah, I mean, I don't know how we would know if he was actually the guy, but the judge totally threw out his confession saying it was improper. And then the Supreme Court later upheld that decision.
Okay,
so double.
So then, right now, he's not the guy then, correct? He was being held on a different crime, and all of those confessions were thrown out. So then we need to be looking for another man that did these, correct?
He was... okay, so this is what ended up happening. Court records show that his first-degree murder charges were dismissed, and he was convicted of 4 counts of negligent homicide.
Okay, so then
So he was convicted of those.
Okay. We're going to have to do some digging into this, like an actual story, I think, because that could be a good follow-up for the Portland serialist, and I'm curious to know if there's any direct evidence tying him to those scenes, because, dude, those women, that's what it was, I'm telling you. That is what it was, based off of the accounts that we've seen, and they just didn't get a proper autopsy done.
Probably. I think that probably was what it was, especially if Jesse's the guy, and my personal belief is that he is the guy.
There's too much connection.
There is. There's too many coincidences. And this guy also had a pretty lengthy, extensive prior criminal record. I mean, he had schizophrenia. It sounded like he was dealing with a lot of mental health issues, which were firearms, burglaries, DUIs. So, you know, I don't know what the other evidence was that led him to actually be convicted, even though his confession got thrown out.
Bookmark it.
I'm going to say it was probably pretty damning, though, if they still got to convict him on something, but maybe not. And we will look into it and find out more information on it. But I thought it was super interesting.
One thing to remember is just because they took a plea deal does not mean he was really tied to those cases. One of the most important things that police look for is closing cases, you guys. So they would rather, instead of admitting they were wrong, come to this guy and say, hey, look, we want you to take this plea deal. Well, we're going to let you out now. You're not going to serve any more time, and you're going to take this lesser charge. The police then get to take those crimes off the books. This guy gets to walk free. Everyone leaves happy, okay? Now, I know that sounds super shady, but if the police are in a position where they don't feel they can do anything further with the investigation, sometimes they want to close those to be able to focus on other cases. So whatever that could be, you know, whether it's shady, whether it has good intentions, whatever. So
yeah, and I do understand it. But I thought this was interesting.
It is.
I'm curious if he is the guy. Are there more victims out there? It is interesting that it seems like a similar MO to the current case we're dealing with in Portland. All these women, clearly, the victimology is there, though. They're all black women. They were vary in age, and they were sex workers.
Yeah.
So.
Wow.
Which is so sad. Why is it always gotta be sex workers? Like,
I know.
Just respect women.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I agree. This one's a wild one. So, woman allegedly kidnapped by fake Uber driver rescued after slipping a note to a gas station customer. Right?
Scary.
Super scary. So, basically what had happened is this woman was picked up by a fake Uber driver, okay, in Yavapai County, Arizona. Said
Yavapai?
Yeah, it's Yavapai. So yeah, Yavapai. I have no idea. But and they were was abducted from Phoenix car dealership. Sorry, I got this mixed up because they went through 3 different areas. They were on their way to Las Vegas, stopped at Lake Mead, and stayed the night. And then in the morning when they stopped at a gas station, this woman was able to flag another customer down, hand him a Post-it note, like a literal Post-it note. I'm sure I'll have the picture here for you guys. And it says, help. And then the black part is the name, call 911, blue Honda van going towards, I think that says Kingman, Las Vegas.
Whoa.
Yeah. You know what's interesting, and I'm really surprised we haven't seen, is like a serial Uber driver.
A fake Uber driver?
Yeah, like knock on wood here, to make sure somebody doesn't pop up. But like Uber is too convenient. The only thing is maybe there's enough records on Uber that you would get caught immediately, being the last point of contact. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he's fake. There's no record. So I'm thinking,
smart people verify before they get in the car.
Right, but how does that person know you're waiting for an Uber?
Well, and I shouldn't say smart people. People that are in a rush, people that haven't taken the time to say, hey, are you so-and-so? Like, there's a lot of Uber fraud out there. Yeah. It's not that if someone gets fraudulently picked up or messed with that they're not smart. There's a lot of factors. But I'm just suggesting that it is smart to verify before you get in the car. And there's a way to do that where the driver only has certain information, the passenger only has certain information, and you trade that, so...
Yeah, you ask them their name, and you look at the picture and the name. If they're a fake Uber driver, they're not going to know the name of your Uber driver, and clearly they're not going to look like the picture. And you can see the type of car that they're driving, too, on the Uber app. And if it doesn't match, then you don't get in the car.
Yep.
But how would a fake Uber driver drive up to pick someone up and know they're waiting for an Uber is my thought.
I have no idea.
Like, how are they getting that information? And it would be interesting to find out there's a fake, like...
Because they could be an Uber driver, but, like, not in their Uber car.
You can't see other people's stuff, though.
I don't know then. I'm not sure. Maybe they were casing that person and saw this person gets picked up around this time every day by an Uber, so they knew to drive up.
Yeah.
I don't know. But this woman was safely picked up. Like, the police got this guy from that note. So
that's amazing.
It is amazing. It is huge. Hats off to these police officers.
Well, also hats off to her for saving her own skin.
Agreed.
I mean, that was really smart. But it would be interesting to find out, like, okay, say you have an Uber serial abductor, okay?
Yep.
And they never get even realized because when these people are thinking they're going in an Uber, they're taking all their personal belongings. Mm-hmm. So it looks like they left of their own free will.
Yeah.
Like, if they pick them carefully and I don't know, like, it could totally look like, oh, that person totally just ran away, or there's no leads. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
it looks like they just left of their own free will.
That's why I've been shocked that we haven't seen more with this. I'm just happy in this situation that they were able to get to her. So once this note was handed off, that customer immediately called 911, and the officers showed up at that gas station literally minutes after the van had left, and they knew what direction to go. So they were able to catch up with the van. They ended up arresting this guy. Will Hoyt was detained, and officers found multiple firearms in his vehicle. He has a past history of drug charges. They got him on harassment, threatening, intimidation, aggravated assault, unlawful imprisonment, kidnapping, and other assault charges. So, like, they slammed him. Yeah. Which, good. Good.
Yeah, great.
Absolutely.
Because who knows what he was going to do to her. I'm sure it wasn't going to be good.
Yeah.
Because this guy sounds very scary.
There's very few situations where an adult gets kidnapped and they come out of that situation okay. Normally, the only time they get out of it okay is if they've fought or gotten out of the situation on their own.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. But that is super fast police work. That is incredible.
I know.
You know what it kind of reminded me for a minute is that story you told about that husband chasing after the wife from the payphone where she was pregnant and got abducted, and he was right behind them.
Yep.
Remember that story that you told? That was a long time ago on the podcast. And when he told it, I was like, hey, hanging on the edge of my seat. I was like, oh my gosh, is he going to catch up with his wife? Like, because he's literally in the car chasing behind them, can see her in this guy's truck, and then loses them.
The car breaks. He accidentally throws it in the wrong gear when he tries to flip a 180, and it I don't know if it messes up the transmission, it messes up something. I just can't imagine
and then he never
being
saw
that
her
guy.
again.
Never saw her again.
His wife and his baby are literally gone forever after that.
Never found again. So, but in this situation, great job, police.
Seriously.
This is super fast, and great job to that customer. Look, I can't tell you how many people, and we just brought this question up the other day. I can't tell you how many people are out there in the world where they don't follow the if you see something, say something rule. You know what I mean?
That's hard to ignore, though.
I agree it's hard to ignore, but that customer still went out of their way and called 911. Are you telling me that there's not multiple people out there that would see this and be like, is this a joke? I don't want to look dumb, so I don't know if I should call. You know what I mean? Like, I think there are people out there, and we got to get better as a community, myself included, at if you see something, say something. I would rather be wrong than right about it being a crime and not calling. You know what I mean?
Say that girl was in there with him and she didn't hand the note and she just looked afraid of him and was like being really weird. Like, even that, like,
I agree.
If you really get this feeling and you see evidence of somebody being afraid of somebody and being in there with them, it's not a bad idea to just report it. And if you're wrong, oh well. If they're not doing anything wrong, then it shouldn't matter.
I agree. Mm-hmm. But yeah.
But moving on. So we covered the Camp Pendleton case, okay, with the 14-year-old who was found wandering around the barracks. We had an update. Was it last week? Mm-hmm. Either last week or the week before that the Marine was charged, but we still didn't know who he was. I think we were both kind of debating if he could even really get in trouble for it, since this girl apparently we haven't seen the evidence, okay? We don't know what is fact or fiction at this point, but it seems that she lied because she was on Tinder and she was only 14.
And she had a fake ID and she had the whole works.
Yeah. And she consistently ran away from home, from what I know. Like, she did that a lot. So we now know who he is, and that is Private First Class Avery Rosario. He claims he thought she was 22 and that she lied on numerous occasions about several different things. And that they have text messages and, social media profiles proving that she lied about these things and lied to the investigators when questioned.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, so he is being charged with 3 counts of SA of a child over the age of 12, 2 counts of breach of restriction for leaving base when he wasn't supposed to, but this is totally separate from the 14-year-old girl.
Okay.
So the news said, which we'll reference the video, because I can't find articles on this. I could only
you won't.
I could only find a single news YouTube video.
Yep,
that
it's
was
because they're being
reporting
charged by military authorities, so that is not public information like a normal case.
It isn't like a normal case, but he was identified.
Yeah.
And the news reported on it. Mm-hmm. But it was only video for some reason. It said that he didn't show any emotion while the charges were being read to him, and apparently it got pretty graphic while they were reading off stuff. And that, so basically the presiding officer over his case is going to, over his case is going to take the information that he has, make a recommendation, and then the commanding officer is going to decide if it goes to a court-martial or not.
I mean, look, if a girl, no matter her age, approaches a guy who's over 18 or over 21, and she has a fake ID showing she's 22. She goes and meets this guy at a bar. They met on Tinder, which has age regulations. I do not feel like the guy should be held accountable in that case. However, we've had this debate before, too, where in a situation like that, do you feel comfortable carding somebody? I mean, if you're in doubt, I guess it's the safest thing to just card someone and say, hey, look, you look super hot and you look super young. Do you mind if I just check your ID for safety purposes? You know what I mean?
I mean, in this day and age, it's not a bad idea to, like, cover your own ass.
Yeah.
You know, like, as a man, if you're out hooking up with people, anything like that, do not hook up with somebody who doesn't have a verified Tinder account. If you want to be extra safe, use Tinder and only talk to the verified profiles, because they have to upload their ID and a picture of their face, like confirming it. It's like how you sign up for a lot of age-restricted websites these days, where they go through multiple steps of verification to make sure you are who you say you are.
See, and that's good.
Yeah, it is good.
Yeah.
So that people can't get on there like and be a teenager and lie about who they are.
Yeah.
So only use a verified Tinder account yourself, and also
the one
only
thing
talk
that I
to them.
heard though is that she had a verified Tinder account using that fake ID. That's at least what was posted on the military
really good fake
forums. Well, normally when you hear fake ID, and especially in California, I don't know why they're so much easier to get in California, but they are. It's a real ID of somebody else who has given it or sold it and went and got another one. So, like, yes, it is a good fake ID because it's a real one, just a different person's.
Okay.
So, yeah,
but they use the face identification stuff too. Like, they double it
Yeah,
up.
but
Like, there's multiple layers of security.
as long as you look close, though, I mean, you go to bars and they check the ID and then look at you and look at the ID and then look at you. They're supposed to do it, like, back and forth 4 times. People get through all the time. I had a fake ID.
Yeah,
you know,
but
as long as the hair color matches, the height, the eyes, like, you're going to get through.
But facial recognition in computers is way better than the human eye identifying facial structure and knowing.
It is, but ID pictures are not suitable for facial recognition because they have foil on top of them to make sure that...
California IDs don't anymore, I don't think.
Yes, they do.
Only have
All
the
of them
foil. They have a foil, like,
lettering.
emblem.
Yep. Lettering that goes across it like in a diagonal point, unless something's changed in the last 5 years, but that'll still affect it. Like, driver's license photos are not good photos. They are very basic photos, and I do not believe that a computer is going to be able to get a facial recognition scan off of a single forward-facing shot on an ID and verify that's who the person is in the picture. No way. I call doubt on that all day long.
I don't know, but it is like an extra layer of security that most teenagers probably aren't going to be able to pass.
I agree.
So it's smart anyway, but even if he did check her, like, ID and she had a fake ID, like, what is he supposed to do?
That's what I'm saying. I want to learn more, because out of all the accounts that I read into with this, it doesn't sound like he should be held responsible. But I don't know. Like, the only way to know is to get more information.
You know who I think of? Alicia Navarro, who was just found. The missing girl that was just found. Mm-hmm. She looks literally like she did when she left. She looks like a child.
She does. She's
an adult now. She's 18.
I know.
It's really strange.
Yep. I know it.
Anyway, so that's the update on the Camp Pendleton case. Honestly, don't know what to think of it right now. It's a hard one for me. It's difficult.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
I need more details.
I need more details, which all of it, we can't know all of it. They won't release any of the evidence at all. It's military court, so we can't know any of that stuff.
Yep.
But I'm not, if what we're talking about is true, what you're saying is true, and what he's saying is true, that she lied and had a fake ID and all of this stuff, then I don't think he should be held accountable.
Based on all accounts, it feels true because he left her in the barracks on her own. Like, there was no trafficking there. That is not a sign of trafficking.
Even in not trafficking, he's not even being accused of that
I know.
It's literally just him hooking up with her.
Yep, I get it.
So.
Yep. No, I get it. So this is super wild, and I don't even know what to think about this. I'm super curious what you guys think and how you feel about it, but 88 deaths linked to Canadian self-harm websites as UK opens the investigation. 88 deaths.
For Canadian self-harm websites, what does that mean?
I thought the same thing, and it doesn't list any of these websites, but
of course not.
Based on everything that I was reading here, it sounds like it is a website that talks about self-harm and gives some examples of how that could happen. So the probe is part of an international inquiry sparked by the arrest in Canada earlier this year of Kenneth Law, who has been charged with 2 counts of counseling and aiding End yourself. Yep. Canadian police say Law from the Toronto area used a series of websites to market and sell sodium nitrate, a substance commonly used to cure meats that can be deadly if ingested. Police say Law is suspected of sending at least 1,200 packages to more than 40 countries. This has sparked investigations in the United States, Italy, Australia, and New Zealand. Now, here's something really interesting.
He's like a serial killer.
I agree. That's how I feel about it, too. Britain's National Crime Agency said it has identified 232 people in the UK alone who bought products from the website in the last 2 years up until April. 88 of those 232 are dead.
Wow.
Yes. Here, I wrote down that percentage.
So we don't even know how many people internationally. There could be more internationally.
Yes. That's 40% of the people who have bought from this website in UK are now gone.
Who
in 2 years.
Voluntarily took it and ended themselves because of him.
Yep.
That is an insane success rate for him.
At least giving the means, you guys. At least giving the means here, okay? So, like, when I look at this, I think, okay, how could this have been done? Obviously, people that are looking for websites that are about self-harm have something going on, and they're more susceptible to manipulation, probably. They're more susceptible to suggestion, and they go on these sites, and he talks and coerces and offers a way out. That's what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, there has to be some level of coercion, obviously. This reminds me of a case which I'm sure some of you out there will know. The young girl, the girlfriend who convinced her boyfriend to end himself. And that was all over headlines for a while. I think it was last year, maybe the year before that. I'm not good with time, but there were text messages of her like telling him over a long period of time to do it, and he did it, and she got charged and convicted for it. Good. Deservingly. Yep. I mean, absolutely. And she was a teenager. It was super controversial.
Well, people love to believe that manipulation can't make someone do something. That is not true, you guys. Like, we are very easily manipulatable. Humans are, especially when it's somebody that you have an emotional bond with and things like that, very easily. So in a situation like that, I get it completely. But then also, people that are going out of their way for a destination location, meaning they're seeking this website with self-harm intent, that gives this guy the opportunity to give means. Okay?
That gives him the open door to encourage what was already there.
Yep.
If they may not have ever done it, but he encouraged it, and then gave them the means.
Yeah.
So I think people just don't think that they can be coerced into doing something like harming themselves without already having wanted to do it.
Yeah. Well, and here's the question here is, the $1 million question is, if this guy never existed, if this guy didn't manage these websites, if this guy didn't sell the sodium nitrate substance to all these people, would they still be alive? And I guarantee you most, or at least bare minimum some, would be.
I guarantee you, like, 99% would probably still be here, to be honest.
Maybe, but I think that some of them would probably have found different ways of doing it, depending on what was said, what was talked about, how it was talked about. Was this sold and marketed as like an easy way to go? Because if it was, then, you know, yes, I think that that number will go up.
Yeah, for sure.
Wild stuff. I'm curious what you guys think about it. Honestly, I'm shocked that there were websites out there that were self-harm websites. Like, what is going on here?
Where people could easily access and buy things from?
I
mean, internationally, it seems
I mean, the
odd.
sodium nitrate, it sounds like if you are somebody who deals with, like, a lot of meats, maybe, you know, people who hunt deer will take their deer to a meat curator person, and I'm sure those people deal with this, but these websites weren't made for that. They were made for self-harm based on everything that I'm reading. So very scary situation, you guys. So suggesting self-harm and then giving the means of a very...
He's a monster. He's a straight-up serial
common
killer.
Substance. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Wild stuff. Let me know what you think.
It's really sad. So... in other serial killer news, the BTK has recently become the prime suspect in 2 cold cases.
Okay.
And this is of Cynthia Kinney, who was reported missing in Oklahoma in 1976, and also Shauna Beth Garber, 22 years old, whose body was found in McDonald County, Missouri in December 1990. So I watched an interview with the sheriff that is involved in this, which I think it is Gary Upton. I think it's the Oklahoma sheriff, who was talking about how he was literally just watching like a show about BTK. And then he had focused on the Cynthia Kinney case, like he had looked into it several years ago. And then when he was watching that show, he suddenly, like, things just started clicking in his head, where he was like, oh, like, that makes sense. He would have been here around the same time. Like, when she went missing, it was the same range of time during the day that BTK typically attacked his victims.
Oh, some aligning factors there.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You know, he was already convicted of 10 people, and that's just who he admitted to.
Yep. Yep. So are they going to start the investigation into it and see if they can connect?
They are. So they went to his Osage County, Deputies from Osage County, Oklahoma, were in Park City, Kansas on Tuesday searching a property Raider once owned.
Okay.
So they already were going to like an old property of his and
to see what
searching it to see if they could find anything. Don't know if they did, but they're looking into it. Like, they're going pretty hard into it, it seems like. And that interview with the sheriff was really interesting when he was talking about it. And I really hope they can close these 2 cold cases. Like, that's incredible.
Yeah.
To think that they've been cold all this time and the killer's been sitting in prison.
Yeah, I agree.
And has been caught and is one of the most notorious serial killers in the country. And
of
this
all
guy's
time.
Sheriff's just chilling, watching TV, and is like, oh my gosh.
Yep. There's some relevance there, yeah.
What?
Yeah. I mean, it's wild, and I think that, like, some of the DNA, some of the DNA advantages that are like starting to come up with touch DNA. I mean, touch DNA I feel like has a little ways to go, but these are going to help us start closing some of these older cases. You know, every year that goes by, we advance that much more to the point where they're going to be able to look back 50 years, 100 years and start making these connections. Computers are going to make these connections for us, so you don't got to wait on a sheriff to be watching the TV and be like, oh my gosh, how did I not see this before? The computer's going to be like, dude, look at this, you know, these are all these factors that was done in the same time of night. This is the same type of person. This is this is that.
Yeah, AI.
Yep.
AI is the future, guys, like it or not.
Absolutely. But that's really interesting.
It is. I mean, there's not a ton of information on it yet. I just thought it was very much worth mentioning. And for some reason, I keep seeing BTK pop up in the news, like how he wrote letters about the Kohberger thing. And he wrote letters about Gilgo Beach saying that Rex Heuermann was a copycat of his. And like his daughter has done multiple interviews, even recently, about Gilgo Beach and her dad and stuff. And she just always talks about how he's like a total narcissist and always wants the attention. Like, I think honestly
so he's
jealous
that there's other killers.
I think he's jealous they're getting attention, and he's like, I want the attention.
That is wild.
And they conducted a whole interrogation with him in prison. The guy was talking about it in the interview, the sheriff. They went to prison. They asked him if he would cooperate. He said yes. They said they went through his entire life story, but he wouldn't admit to these murders specifically. So they went through all of that, and he didn't say anything about these murders. And his daughter was contemplating if he intentionally is not mentioning them because he wants to be in the headlines while they figure it out. It gives him more attention the more they drag it out because he's not just confessing to it.
Yep, absolutely. One thing that I think a lot of people miss, and this is something that we've pointed out multiple times with Rex Heuermann, is that serial killers, their actual number is usually way higher than their conviction number or what they're believed to have done. Especially if we don't see like the first killing crime, which is normally sloppy, not put together, because again, for people who are doing it their first time, usually lose control of their emotions. They're on such a endorphin high, things go wrong, whatever, and then they don't have a process becoming an expert. They slowly start becoming an expert. You see that evolve, and you see it change into their normal pattern, and sometimes that takes a few times, unfortunately. But we've seen that a lot with potential or possible other victims in most of the serial killer cases.
I'm sure his number is way higher than 10, like, for sure. I just think it's weird that he's, like, still wants so much attention now.
I mean...
Like, would you just rot already?
Right.
Gosh.
Yeah, absolutely. Let us know what you guys think.
Yep. I feel like that was a lot of serial killer news.
Yeah. I think serial killers are making a comeback right now, and
yeah, we're about to have a satanic panic again, aren't we?
I mean, maybe it's gonna be like an incel panic, I think.
An incel panic?
With how much the term incel is getting brought up lately, like it's being used in such a negative, derogatory, horrible way where, don't get me wrong, like there's some incel-specific groups out there that, yes, they are horrible and negative and should be watched by the FBI.
Because they're just misogynist.
Yeah, but incel doesn't mean misogynist.
No, it doesn't.
So that's why I'm pointing it out, because for me, that's like, there's an issue there, you know, because incel doesn't mean like dangerous. People that are dangerous are dangerous. So, you know.
Yeah.
But what is crazy here is this story aligns with that. Kind of.
Really?
Yep, kind of. So, what do you know about the YouTuber Andrew Blaze or his legal name, Randy Stair?
Literally nothing. I have no idea who that is.
Me too, until earlier. I had never heard this name before, and I was watching... for you guys watching, you'll see it on the screen here. I have it written down somewhere in here. I have so many notes on this because this thing literally blew me away, you guys, okay? So he was a YouTuber. He was 24 years old. He had roughly about 10,000 followers back in this day. So he's not huge. He's not like one of the leading people, but he was making his way, okay? And he was starting to get recognized for some bigger names. And
what kind of content did he do?
His content was like so his YouTube career was focused on Pioneer Productions in 2008, okay? It is reaction content gamer creator. He did skits, he did things like that, and he had a heavy focus on an animated series here, okay? So from all of his viewers and everything, he seemed like a good guy, you know? He was, he gives me the impression that he's just like that classic emo kid, you know? He was real skinny, real lanky, real about his feelings, open about his feelings, sharing about, which there's nothing wrong with that, but it falls in line with the emo kid style, you know what I mean? So he was trying to make YouTube his actual career. He wanted that to be his actual career, but started realizing that it wasn't bringing in enough money. So he ended up getting a job at a local supermarket where he ended up working there for like 7 years. But in taking a few steps back here, in 2003, Randy Stair, a.k.a. Andrew Blaze, life changed. And this is so strange, you guys. So, in 2003, Randy Stair, and a.k.a. Andrew Blaze, started watching Danny Phantom. Do you know what Danny Phantom is? The cartoon.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he quickly became obsessed with Danny Phantom, okay? And yep, Danny Phantom is AKA Danny Winton, and it is a cartoon about this guy who had become a human ghost hybrid when something went wildly wrong and there was some kind of accident, and he became able to transfer between real life and like the ghost life, okay? And he became obsessed with this, and as he's watching the show, he comes upon an episode, or maybe multiple episodes, I'm not sure, of this character Ember McLean, okay? Did you ever watch the show? You know who this is?
I mean, I've seen it. It wasn't like something I watched.
So she's just a character, just a female character who's like this punk rocky attitude, power hungry musician who hates authority. And he said, and I'll post pictures here as we're going through it to you guys, but he said that really strange. He felt like he made a connection with this character, like he has known this character his entire life. Yeah.
A cartoon?
Like a cartoon. A true bond, he said. And he said that this character changed his life forever. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. And like this becomes the basis of this entire situation. It's really strange. So he was obsessed with this cartoon, and he ended up creating his own spin-off called Ember's Ghost Squad, and it was surrounded around Ember McLean, this character, okay? And you guys will see, of course, Ember McLean as we're talking about this. So he became focused on creating this animated series and doing his YouTube videos. And how I know all this too, I guess I should say here in this disclaimer is, as we're talking through and working through these crimes, this kid here made a large group of video journal entries that ended up going live after this horrible, horrible, horrible crime. Okay?
Oh my gosh.
Yes. So this is really him talking about these things, you guys. And I'll post the YouTube channel again. They have a lot of these videos on there, live videos on there of this person talking through some of this journaling, and it was really, really, really interesting. So he goes on to say that when he was in high school, he started struggling and having issues with friends, and he could never get like a good solid group of friends, always wanted friends. And again, just going back to that classic emo kid mentality, you know?
Yeah.
So he started creating a bond between his viewers and his YouTube videos, and that really became his friendship group, which we've seen time and time and time again.
That happens countless times for sure.
Time and time and time again. Well, during all of this time, he started realizing he had become more and more and more obsessed with death, you guys. And he self-admits that he had been obsessing about death and what it's like in the afterlife, what it's like after you die. He even got to a point where he started hating the elderly. Okay? Yeah.
Oh.
And I think because the elderly are like a sign of the end of your life. So it became a situation where he was like scared of dying, but also infatuated with it, all at the same time, which is kind of strange, but
it is strange, very strange.
Especially to obsess on it in the way that he did, okay? Well, everything seemed to be going okay. He was doing his anime, he was doing his YouTube videos and everything. And then two major things changed. His brother's friend, Tom, died in a car crash. Now, this is the first time that I can see when I was reading and doing research on this that he actually had an encounter with death in his life, okay? Well, this situation changed him. And
it was just his brother's friend?
It was his brother's friend who just on the way to school, like everything was okay, went, you know, straight into a tree and dead before he reached the hospital, okay? So I think if I'm making my assumption here, it's just he already had an infatuation with the afterlife. Just seeing how easy it was to go from life to death, I think, was a major change for him. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So then a couple years late, actually a year later, I believe, he had a second friend, Matt, who also died in a car accident. So 2 deaths. And he had tons of journal entries about these 2 situations, how it changed him. Again, everything I'm saying here is directly from him, but one of his journal entries specifically says, Tom's death sucked the life out of me. Matt's death killed me. So soon after those 2 situations, Randy gets in a car accident himself. So it was like 3 car accidents back to back to back, except with his, he didn't pass. Okay. But I think because of those 2 original events, you know, that just further created he was already feeling like unstable about life and death. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that, I think that just put like a magnifying glass on the situation, if I had to guess. And this is where we really see him start to change. Okay. So he has this obsession, you guys. And when I say obsession, I mean obsession with this cartoon. And he goes so far to create Twitter accounts for each one of the animated characters that he has, and he creates conversation between them on Twitter. He starts posting like really, really dark things, and I'm not going to put the name because I don't want to promote it, but his one of his animated series or shows that he was doing was centered around a school shooting. Okay.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. Now, his viewers just felt like it was an art form, okay? It was just really dark, emo, anime, show type material where, like, you know, how sometimes you can highlight the dark and destructive and you're not meaning like you really want to do that or act that out. It's looked at as an art form. You know what I mean?
Expression, yeah.
Yep, as personal expression. Well, it's right around this time he starts saying things like, you know, I believe in the goddess, and I swear to the goddess, I pray to the goddess. Now, when he's saying these things, he's talking about that character.
The cartoon character from Danny Phantom.
The cartoon character from Danny Phantom, Ember McLean, okay? And we see multiple videos of him in his room where he's just covered with pictures around them.
Where is his family?
I hear you. I don't know.
Why is he not in a psychiatric ward?
It doesn't touch on that. By all accounts, he looks like a normal guy. There are people who left accounts on there, and they say he was a really nice, normal kid. However, okay, you guys got to remember this part. He had like 10,000 subscribers. There's 10,000 eyes, sets of eyes on him that could have seen some of these things. His parents could have seen some of these things. He was a 24-year-old man. Somebody should have seen these things, okay?
Yeah.
So he starts, his beliefs start evolving, okay? And when you're listening to me say this, there's going to be a little bit of a disconnect of the image that I think most people are painting in their the image people are painting in their head about him, because what I'm saying here sounds so off and so wild. But if you watch the videos, and I'll cut in a couple videos here so everyone can understand what exactly he was like. He looked normal. Everything seemed normal, like he was put together. He just had these really weird beliefs, okay? Now, it's going to get even stranger. So, he believed that there were multiple realities, okay? Like a string theory.
Okay.
And that one of the realities was an anime reality. And that when you die, you go to another one of these realities.
Like Danny Phantom?
Like Danny Phantom.
Okay.
That's correct.
He believed in the show like a religion.
He
and
did.
And that girl character was the goddess.
He did. Okay, now through these videos, we see him start to struggle with his gender and gender expression.
Oh.
Yeah.
Didn't expect that.
I didn't either. So he believed that he was female. His soul was female, and that he was born in a man's body, and that he was born in a man's body to come here and be put through these struggles and do things to grow as a soul, as a person, to be able to then be reborn into this cartoon character, back into his true self.
Oh, so that was him.
That was
so he
him.
wasn't obsessed with her in like a sexual way. He was obsessed with her
like
as
a
in
BFF.
he
like
was
her. He was an equal to
like
her.
Like, that is me.
Well, he didn't believe that was her. That was him. He believed he was this other character.
Oh.
Yeah. So, but he believed they were all going to be in one universe, I guess. Yeah, really, really wild stuff, you guys. Once I started watching the videos, his journaling, I could not stop. Just because it was so wild. I just wish someone would have been there for this kid.
Yeah.
I feel like if he would have had friends, if he would have had contacts, if he would have had somebody next to him to call him on his BS, if he would have had therapy, if he would have had any kind of other human real life connection.
To break the delusion.
To break the delusion.
Like, he doesn't know what reality is.
Exactly. And that's what we're seeing here. So remember, before this happened too, he held a job in a supermarket for 7 years straight, working directly with other people, and everything seemed to be fine. He didn't have any weird charges of aggression, of assaults, of taking advantage of people.
So he had no prior criminal history at all?
No complaints, not just criminal history, no complaints, nothing. And everyone who knew him said he was a nice kid. When you're watching the videos, he seems like a nice kid, but you just start to see these cracks, like in these beliefs. And it slowly evolves over time where these beliefs just take over more and more and more of him, to where you can see in the last 30 days, he's broken. He's broken. And he's openly talking about his plans, okay? Now, he truly believed he was not meant to go past the age of 30. So he started developing a plan that was like 4 years of ending himself. Yep, to go...
To die slow?
No, of ending himself to go into his true female cartoon form. Now,
so it was 4 years of planning.
4 years of planning.
Oh, okay.
And different things changed. He had made a video at one time and posted on YouTube saying that he was going to be stopping YouTube because he's not going to be able to post videos anymore because he's not going to be around anymore. And then he got a huge reaction from his viewers, and that made him push off his plan and continue his YouTubing. And you see him in one cut shot of these journals saying, it's so ridiculous that there has to be some kind of drama, some kind of big issue for anybody to pay attention to anybody. I had told my fans that I wasn't going to be around anymore, and then I got a ton of attention, and people started wanting to talk to me and be there for me and all these things. Like, this kid was just asking for help. He was screaming out for help and for people to pay attention to him.
Yeah, he wanted acceptance. He wanted love. He wanted connection.
He wanted to be noticed. He wanted to be noticed, yeah. And he was a really smart kid, and he developed this plan over years. And in these journals, you can see the countdown of days to this horrible situation, okay? Now, a couple things to highlight is some of his descriptions of himself is he was a self-proclaimed racist. He was a self-proclaimed homophobe. While simultaneously admitting that he watched Onision obsessively until Onision, it sounded like until he started getting in trouble. And he was like, one of the weird things is I watched Onision, and then when he started cross-dressing and doing those weird things, that's really where I was like, I can't really watch this guy anymore.
But he thought he was a woman.
But in the same sentence that he just says that, he says, but that's weird, because in my own time when I was alone, I was cross-dressing too. And I can't really explain that, and I don't understand it. So, there's some sort of level of hatred of self there, okay? You can see it through this whole thing. You can see that he was just begging for attention, begging for people to notice. And he started this huge plan of, like, leaving tips everywhere of what he was going to do, okay? And looking back on it, we can see it where he was trying to get attention from his parents. With the cross-dressing thing, it started where he was hiding a girl's razor and like Skintimate lotion stuff for shaving in his room. And then he moved it to the bathroom out in the open to see if anybody would notice. A female razor and the female body. I said the same thing. I said the same thing. I've met tons of people in my life that are guys that prefer women's razors for whatever reason. I've met women that prefer men's razors for whatever reason. So I just think that he was a kid battling between himself and his frontal lobe, his unformed frontal lobe,
He was 24.
He was 24. Yeah.
Yeah, unformed frontal lobe.
your frontal lobe doesn't
That's like
finish
okay,
developing.
but it's almost there.
I
Like
mean, it's between,
you have to be held accountable.
It's between
at a certain
27
point.
and 30. Frontal lobe doesn't make you not held accountable.
Okay, it's just
at all.
It's just weird. Like he's 24.
Yeah. 24 without the logic to be able to understand exactly what's going on in this life situation.
I feel like there's a lot more going on than just not a fully formed frontal lobe.
Of course. I just think that's one of those things here in not being able to. So he was intelligent enough to realize that that other people would look at these things and think, hey, there's something wrong here. Okay. But he was undeveloped enough, whether it was an emotional development, whether it was frontal lobe development, whatever, to be able to hold himself accountable and realize that, this is not reality. There's something wrong here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, to an extent, I feel like, did he ever have any kind of diagnosis at all?
Not based on anything that we can find.
He was never talked to a mental health professional ever.
He wasn't. And this is what's really sad, too, is do I feel like the parents should have been there, should have seen this? Absolutely, I do. Absolutely. And I think if the parents would have been paying attention to some of the stuff that he was posting online, like the anime of these characters saying really horrible things, talking about how they're going to do a school shooting and all this stuff, like, look, I understand the artistic value in that if that is your approach, but there's a difference between doing it because you're falsely acting out a situation that you have interest in doing, or doing it because it's an artist's expression of the horrible state that we've seen these school shooting situations and society in.
Or like a personal fear.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways somebody could incorporate that into art. That doesn't mean that that's like a fantasy of theirs.
No, absolutely. But the questions do need to be asked.
So he was an adult at this point, so I don't know how responsible they are, but I feel like he was living in their house, right?
He was living in their house, yep. He was
so,
living in their house.
He's still their child, and he's living there, and for them not to see, like...
No. I don't think they're responsible.
No, not responsible, but I feel
they
like
should have noticed.
There's a level of personal responsibility, like, if I was that negligent, where I didn't pay attention to people living in my own house to see that they were that delusional and out of this world, not in reality, like, and then they committed a crime that was horrific, I would totally have some, like, feel like I had personal responsibility. Like, how did I not notice that?
I think there is some personal accountability there, but personal accountability.
Right.
I don't think they're responsible. I do not think they're responsible. I don't think a frontal lobe is any reason why he doesn't hold all the responsibility here. But when there's people around somebody that's going through such a horrible break, such a horrible situation where they believe that they're going to die and become a cartoon character, that's not reality. There's something going on there. And for nobody around him to notice, for none of his 10,000 viewers to notice, I just think there's a big opportunity there for us to say, we can do better, okay? The parents could have done better. The viewers could have done better. He talked explicitly about this situation online, okay? So, one other thing to note, too, is he was obsessed with the Columbine shootings. Obsessed, okay? He was very active on many forums about the Columbine shootings, and he actually wore a shirt that one of the shooters had worn. That said natural selection, and he would wear it all the time, okay?
That's gross.
Yeah, it is gross, and nobody noticed. Nobody said anything.
That's insane.
I'm telling you.
How was he just so invisible to everyone in his life?
I don't know. And that's what I'm saying. Like, even his viewers, I don't understand it, okay? So, where this all accumulates to. Okay, let's get into what it was. So June 9th, now that everybody has a really clear picture of who this kid is, or man, or I feel like based on how he was acting, he still appears as a kid to me, okay?
Hey, one thing I want to mention, his viewers were probably all kids.
Maybe.
That's probably why.
Maybe. I don't know.
But
I don't
go
know.
ahead.
But so June 9th, okay? This was a 4-year plan in the making, you guys. He had everything planned out. He had reached out to one of his viewers and asked them to live stream something for him, and had everything set up, okay? Now, 2 days before this, he is seen on a video flipping a quarter and says, you know, this is the coin flip to decide whether this is going to be done at home. And he's saying that just himself, or this is fate deciding whether it's going to be at the supermarket. So he flips the coin and it lands on the supermarket. And he says, wow, that's really eye-opening. That's going to involve a loss of life. Other life, you know. And he said, well, you know, that's fate. So I'm not going to go into the details of how he gets the guns, but he gets 2 guns, okay? Identical guns, 2 Mossberg 500 shotguns, and has like the Riot handle on it and everything. And June 9th comes, and he's a night stalker at the supermarket that he's worked at for 7 years, you guys. 7 years working with these people. And I don't know if you guys know this, but night stalkers put in headphones when they're working, and they just get their stuff done. The quicker you can get done, the quicker you can get out of there, okay? So he's there with 4 other people, and he's there with a 25-year-old Victoria, 47-year-old Brian, 63-year-old Terry, and 25-year-old Kristen. And as the night goes on, he keeps pulling away, and this footage is so spooky, you guys. As he walks away and does whatever he's doing, he goes outside and pulls his car up to the front and pulls the duffel bag with the 2 guns out and the shotgun shells. He slowly will do his job and then pull away, and this is all being videotaped, you guys, and locks every exit in there, and none of these 4 people notice, okay? And this is done over a matter of hours. And then right before he does this crime, he starts live streaming it. Okay, and he has the live stream on his chest, and you can see him walking through the supermarket, looking down all the aisles, looking down on the aisles.
With a gun in his hand, or no?
With a shotgun in his hand. Yep, with a shotgun in his hand. And just before this part happens, he posts his journals describing and detailing all of this, where he's talking openly about his plan for the last couple years, how he gets the guns, how his connection is with these anime characters and that he created, how he planned this, why he's doing it. Like,
manifesto.
Very, we're talking hours, probably 100 hours or more of this footage, okay? So back to the scene here. He finds an aisle, finally, where there are 2 of his coworkers there, the 2 women, Victoria and Kristen, and they both have headphones in, blaring. He walks up behind them and shoots Victoria dead, okay? Drops multiple shots into her, and Kristen hears like pop, 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 and a thud, and then pulls out the headphones and realizes what's going on, and they meet eye to eye, and literally just stand there looking at each other, and nothing happens. They stand there for 5 seconds, and for whatever reason, you guys, no idea why, she doesn't know why, nobody knows why, he walks away. He walks to another aisle where he finds Brian and Terry and ends them. Multiple shots, okay? So, like, a brief rundown here. He ended up unloading, like, let me see here, I think it was like 50 shots or 59 bullets fired, okay, total in this scene. Now, when Kristen runs away, okay, she is in there hiding while the other 2 people are ended, and eventually gets out the front door, is able to squeeze around the pallets and shoulder like bust out the front door and run outside, call 911, and hide behind a bush until they get there. While she was doing that, he was running around shooting propane tanks, trying to get the place to burn up and blow up and whatever. And it didn't, but he eventually walked into the meat market area, turned the gun on him, and fired, ending himself. So 4 people lost their life that night. Nobody knows why Krista made it out. I mean, I'm glad she did in this situation, but this was a horrible, horrific situation, you guys.
I wonder if it was just looking her in the eyes. Because maybe he didn't look any of the other people in the eyes. Like, meeting her eye to eye, looking in her eyes, like, maybe that was just too much.
Yeah, no, I think you're onto something there. I was sitting here after I got done watching it and thinking that too, like, why her? And he had a journal entry in one of his like handwriting journals that said, you know, he really likes her and he's sorry this has to be done, but you know, it's just part of the plan. And he ended up turning away or whatever. And I think you're right. I think it humanized her, because when you look at the 3 other people that he ended, he did it from a distance that you wouldn't have been able to even see, like, you know, their eyes really. You just would have seen the outline of eyes. And gosh, this is just a crazy story.
She was probably just nice to him, and then when he looked her in the eyes, he was like, no.
Yeah.
He probably justified it in his head, like, you're not part of the plan.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. And
like some weird craziness.
The other creator that has all these videos posted, like their whole video is just snaps of him talking and everything, is Explore With Us. They're huge. They're a huge channel, like 4 or 5 million subs, but their work is incredible, and that's like the work we're gonna strive to get to, except more commentary. But so they have this on there. You just need to go onto their channel. I suggest you subscribe to them, and they have all of these videos, you guys, hundreds of hours cut down into smaller bits. And let me tell you, it is some of the most eerie content I've seen. Just understanding his buy-in here with these characters, watching his evolution into insanity, and then seeing how many people could have caught this, should have caught this. 10,000 subscribers overall, multiple social media accounts, his parents who lived with him under the same roof, friends, the person that he asked to live stream for him, all these people, you guys, like, oh man, it blows my mind.
There's just, I feel like, so many ways this could have been prevented if somebody just paid attention.
I agree.
Which makes it the most tragic. Like,
it makes it super hard.
Like, say his audience was all kids. Where were their parents?
Yeah.
Because if I saw my kid, like, watching something like that, or anyone's kid, I would be like, hey, your kid is watching some weird stuff. Like, I think that person should probably be reported. Yeah.
If you see something, say something. Yeah. And we saw that with the Uber driver we just talked about. We've seen this on, like, time and time again, where I feel like this could have been prevented. And I don't want to take away from the scene, because this is a horrible, horrible situation with multiple victims here. And I'm not trying to blame anyone that was there beforehand, but these things are preventable, okay? We see these signs, and again, we go back to what we were talking about with the Uber driver. I think most people, and tell me if I'm wrong here, but I think most people would rather say something and be wrong than not say something and have what you thought be right.
Yeah.
Be true.
This was such severe delusion and mental instability that I feel like it would be really hard not to know. I agree. Everyone's saying he was normal. There's no way he was actually like that normal.
Watching the videos, he was normal. Like, normal enough to work a regular job. Okay, let me explain normal. Normal enough to hold a job, normal enough to have regular conversations with other human beings and interact in normal society in a normal way that wouldn't pop up red flags everywhere. He was normal enough to get through school successfully.
Level.
He was normal enough to have a YouTube channel and be relatable to at least 10,000 subs. He was, by all accounts, normal and had these beliefs behind closed doors that, just evolved into something so toxic to the point where you have a 24-year-old believing they're going to end themselves and turn into a cartoon character. It's mind-blowing. Mind-blowing.
It's like conspiracy brain on steroids.
Yeah, and it could have been prevented.
Yeah.
And it's super scary. It's super scary.
I
It
wonder
is so eerie. You got to watch these videos, and you guys do too. Go check out that channel and watch these
Explore
videos.
This is amazing.
It's
scary. It's a
scary.
great channel. I used to watch them when it was them going out and doing, like, on-site stuff, almost like JLR.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but I think they just, like, I think they, like, write up reports and like a script and have somebody read it now is what I think they do.
Yeah,
but they do really good work.
Whatever they do, it was an amazing story, had me locked in and had me creeped out, man, just seeing
there's a lot of creepy
the
stuff
progression and evolution of this kid.
Yeah, I just don't understand what in a person's brain would make them like what switch flips?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, what started it? How was he normal in all other areas of life but thought he could become a cartoon character?
I don't know. It's wild.
I mean, he wasn't normal in social, like, he didn't have, connections with people in a normal way.
Yeah.
Which clearly contributed to his mental illness.
That's what he was missing. Yep. But I'm curious what you guys think in this situation or with this story. I would love to hear your input here. And this is just a situation where, man, it's victims...
so tragic.
It's so tragic. And the victims here, you guys, you have a 25-year-old, okay, a 47-year-old and a 63-year-old. All of them too soon. Just going to work to do their job. And... their loss of life wasn't needed.
Try to support their families.
Sad, dude.
Try to support their families.
It's so sad. It's so sad. And it could have been prevented, I think. So
I think it could have been too.
If you see something, say something, you guys. And let us know what you think.
In other serial killer news, recently I'm sure a lot of you have seen the headlines surrounding Lucy Letby. A nurse serial killer from England who was killing babies.
One of the worst things I've ever heard.
It is one of the worst cases, the most horrific, like, traumatizing for the victims, the parents, and the babies who died, because they all died very painful deaths. Like, incredibly painful.
Yeah, I know. Because there was a lot of torture going on, which makes it even worse. It leaves so many questions, man.
I know. And I feel like I don't have many answers, which I don't like. So I wanted to know who Lucy Letby is.
Yeah, and I think it's important to talk about the story, too. Even in these situations where we don't have a lot of answers for some of these questions, it helps victims stay alive in this situation.
Yeah.
I know some people don't feel that way with true crime, but a lot of people do. It helps the situation not just be forgotten in time. This was a horrible situation that society and people can learn from, grow, and change the future.
She was taking care of, like, premature babies in the NICU, okay? At, which hospital was it again? It was... I don't know. I'll bring it up in a minute when I get to it. She should have been a protector. But she was working at this, like, NICU and specifically targeted twins and triplets for some reason.
Whoa.
Yeah, weird. But these are like premature babies. Most of them were expected to live. I don't understand why. There's this thing with the NICU, okay, that I have seen with multiple people who've had kids, where the NICU wants you to come in and drop off breast milk, visit with your baby, and leave. And I feel like that's how she partially, I think, got away with it, is that the parents aren't sitting there next to the kid. The mom's in recovery.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't like that. I think the baby should be with the mom. How can we not set this up better where you have the equipment in the room with the mom and the parents, okay, the family, and you have NICU nurses who make the rounds to the room? Why do they need to? I mean, I'm sure there's intensive care units that sometimes they do need to be in, but it doesn't sound like any of these babies needed that level of care.
Yeah, I don't know, but I feel the same. I think that there is, look, I understand needing health care and needing to put the child, the baby, around a nurse and a doctor for extreme situations and circumstances, but we're trading one and harming another when we do that. Yes, they're able to keep them alive and healthy and meet all their needs, but you're also starving them of the parent bond that's so important in the beginning. So I get it. Yeah. And the hospital was Chester Hospital in Chester. Countess of Chester Hospital. Oh,
yeah, that's what I thought. It was Chester Hospital's neonatal unit, but I also have it written down that she graduated from a university in Chester. So I was like getting confused. I forgot that it was the same. But I don't know. Like, for me, I feel like there should be more oversight or something. And it also, she had so much,
what you guys think,
she had
too.
so much room to do this. It's insane. But so what she was found guilty of was murdering 7 babies, okay, and attempting to kill 6 more, cleared of 2 charges, and then the jury couldn't reach a verdict on 6 more.
Oh my gosh.
I think that's like a total of, what is it, like, so 12, 17.
Yeah.
That's 17 babies, because she was cleared of 2.
And some of the things that she was doing, are you going to go into, like, what some of the things were that she was doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this was a 10-month-long trial. And did you know her parents were there every single day of the trial, proclaiming her innocence, like by her side, like she is innocent.
When you have this many bodies under you, come on.
When the juries, when they started reading off the verdict from the court, like it was audible cries from Lucy and her mother, and her mother's like, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Like, this isn't right.
Maybe those kind of behaviors are what helped create somebody that could do this. I mean,
that's what
bias and logic, you know, they can't live together.
Yeah, and
they're enemies.
So, I mean, she even stalked the victims' like families afterwards on social media. She did. She stalked their social medias to literally view their grief. She fed off of these intense emotions of grief and sadness and distress.
If that's not like a classic serial killer move, I don't know what is.
Yeah, it's insanity. But by all accounts, she seemed like the most vanilla, normal lady ever.
Look at Canada's.
I know, her too, but she at least, like, was a little freaky.
Quirky, strange, yeah, I guess.
But she came from, like, a super Christian family.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was, like, white lady, normal, like, Christian lady.
Appearances are
she ended up being a lesbian.
Yeah, appearances are never what they seem. Look at Rex Heuermann. Mm-hmm. Rex Heuermann's a collared-wearing, tie-wearing dude that has his shirt tucked in at all time, wearing, like, boat shoes. you would not expect. If I saw him on the street, I'm thinking, oh, look at that nice, nerdy old man, you know? And no, he's a monster when the lights are off. A monster. And this is one, too. Yeah. Monsters are real.
I know.
They just aren't creatures in stories. They're people like Rex Heuermann and Lucy Letby.
This is just horrible. So some of the things she did, which we don't have any of the victims' names, like the babies' names. They refer to them all as like Child M, Child L, stuff like that. But here's one, okay. So she injected air into Child M's bloodstream and also poisoned his twin brother, Child L, with insulin. And she gave rescue breaths to Child M after she responded to his cot monitor alarm. Here's another thing. The babies that she did this to were never technically under her care as a nurse. When another nurse would go on break, she would take it upon herself to go do like these things to the baby. So the record of emergency drugs provided to the infant was written on a paper towel during his 30-minute resuscitation at the Countess of Chester Hospital neonatal unit.
No way. It's so hard to talk about. And I don't know if you guys watched our update about this last week. It was probably one of the shortest updates we ever did because we had to cut some out of it because this was so hard to talk about, but we felt like it was so important to talk about because, again, remembering the victims and the situations and, it's important for them to be remembered and be heard of. So
she kept souvenirs. So what was written, okay, on about the medications given to him, the note, she kept all of these. Like, the paper towel and blood gas reading for Child M were both found in Morrison's carrier bag in Letby's bedroom following her arrest. So she had 257 of these sheets in her possessions, which had the names of the children that she had given care for on the shift. Like, she literally kept souvenirs. Not only that, but she wrote like a sympathy letter, like some kind of card to one of the grieving families of the children she killed, and she took a picture of it on her phone and kept it, and they found it on her phone.
So 257 different child's names.
So she had a total of 257 such sheets, which these sheets are shift handover sheets, which also should not have left the hospital. Maybe this was her keeping tabs on babies. I don't really know. 21 of the sheets included names of the baby she is said to have harmed. They did clearly they looked through a lot of these babies' deaths because the numbers went up so drastically while she was there that it is insanity.
Like on shift is what you mean. Yeah.
No. Like, period, for the year. Like, they only have, like, one baby death a year. And then when she started working there, I think it was actually, like, 2 years after she started working there, because I believe she started working there in, like, 2012. 3 years later, 2015, there were 4 babies' deaths in a month. And normally they have one a year.
Yeah.
One.
I had read somewhere that... See, and that's interesting. That's the information I didn't have, because when I read what I'm about to say, I thought, this is a NICU. Maybe they have a lot. I didn't realize they only had one a year. So apparently coworkers were the ones who pointed it out that, like, these are happening every time it's her shift.
Yes, but they're never her actual patients is what I have gathered. Like, I watched... some of the police talking about their investigation in her and stuff, and also a woman. They have a podcast, and they have really good information on it. And we can reference that here, but they were talking about all of this, and like how she was never actually that child's caretaker. Like the nurse would go on a break or like go see another patient and she'd swoop on in there and start doing these things. And then that nurse would hear the alarm bell sounding like this patient is failing and then rush in there. And nurses have several like firsthand accounts of walking in and seeing her standing over the baby looking at them.
Oh my gosh, dude.
So I'm kind of confused how, like, she didn't... That's a big thing in all of this, okay? Is, like, how she went on for multiple years to do this.
I think that's easily answered. I know when you're an outsider looking in, okay, it is very easy to look at a situation and judge the situation and say, how could this have happened, okay? But then, when you put yourself in a situation, just imagine yourself in a work situation, like coworkers that you work with every day, you have around you every day, you spend more hours with them than you do with your family. Now imagine one of them you're close to, and imagine that they're doing fraudulent, horrible, awful things at work. Would you be able to see it immediately? I don't think most people would. I really don't. I think that when you have a relationship with somebody, just friendship relationship with somebody, you tend to give people the benefit of the doubt. Most humans do.
I can see that.
So I think that's probably what was going on. Is they were probably, well, she's a nurse, she's been here for years, you know, there's no way something's going on, but it's definitely weird until it gets too over the top and they're like, this can no longer be explained.
I agree with you,
know?
But there were some issues of doctors, like physicians, trying to report it to hospital management and hospital management never reaching back out. And some of the cops, like some of the investigators, I should say, allege that they were too worried about the hospital's reputation to actually, like, dig into it.
Oh my gosh.
No autopsies were ever done on the babies when they died. They thought they died of natural causes. It wasn't until they looked back into it that they started realizing these things.
Oh my god.
And the hospital,
I feel like there's so many mistakes with what you just said there. Like,
yeah. They got reports about her and didn't do anything for a while.
Why wasn't there an autopsy on every one of these kids? So if you're a hospital and you want to control your risk, okay, because hospitals, one of their number one things they focus on is controlling their risk because they're dealing with lives and emotion and people, and it gets messy, okay? Wouldn't you do an autopsy every single time to make sure that you are doing every single thing the right way and then fixing the problem if you're not? Like, what? I'm blown away by that.
I know.
Literally blown away.
So, listen to this number. Studies show for every 1,000 premature babies born in the UK each year, the entire UK, for every 1,000 born each year, fewer than 2 die.
And then there was 4 in 1 month.
In 2015.
Oh my gosh, you guys. That's wild.
So it says, of the hundreds of babies that passed through the Countess of Chester Hospital's neonatal unit in an average year, only between 1 and 3 would die until 2015. So in just 14 days, in June that year, 14 days, 2 weeks' time in June in 2015, 3 infants die suddenly, and a 4th deteriorates rapidly without warning. All of them were stable and fine.
I just can't believe. So, one, we have an uncommon statistic, okay? She's a woman serial killer. That's already uncommon, okay?
It is.
Then you have a woman nurse, ending babies. That usually we see elderly more than babies because I think a lot of these sociopaths are able to justify that these elderly people had a good life and they're doing them a favor, whatever their justification is. But why babies? When I first heard about this, I immediately started thinking of psychology, and that's like one of my favorite things with serial killers, is trying to understand like how they connect dots in their head, right? So why did she have some kind of hate or issues or whatever with kids. Could she not have kids? Did she have something happen to her when she's a kid and it's a self-hate thing? Like, why?
Yeah, I forgot to pull up her personal notes that they found. So
those notes are wild.
They are wild. So I just want to talk about who she is, where she comes from. So she was born January 4th, 1990, and is an only child to John and Susie Letby from Hereford. Married, and they were married 5 months before she was born. Okay. And then they bought a home in a cul-de-sac and literally have lived there for 33 years until all this happened. Then they moved closer to her when she was going through all of this.
Okay. So by all accounts, super stable
And consistent home life. So her father was a retail manager at a furniture shop. I heard that her mom was like a career professional, but I don't know what she did. I haven't seen that anywhere. She went to Elstone High School, where she there decided that she wanted to work with children. And then she went to college in Chester and graduated, and her parents were super proud of her. They literally put up a posting in the newspaper talking about how, put a picture of her and talked about they were so proud of her hard work.
Wow,
yeah.
Dude. Wow.
So, I mean, we don't have a ton of other information about her childhood other than it was super stable with parents that seemed super great. We have no evidence of childhood trauma. But then you get into some of the things she would talk about with her parents. So when she went to move on in life, okay, and, moved away, they found texts between her and her friends, other friends, talking about how she felt suffocated by her parents, how they hated her living alone. And, one of the doctors, I think it was a doctor she was talking to, so she had this obsession with, a married doctor, said he was going to move to New Zealand for work, and she said, I could never do that. It would kill my parents.
Overbearing parents, you know how common we've heard this lately?
That's what it sounded like. And the home, so she moved into this house, okay, that her parents helped her buy. And inside the home, she had 2 cats, and it was childish looking. The way she put together her home just looked kind of childish.
That's strange.
Isn't it, though?
Yeah,
so
very.
So also in some of these notes and stuff, she talks about how unworthy she is, how she'll never have a husband or a family of her own. It makes me wonder where did this come from? Because if she had this super consistent nuclear family upbringing, okay,
that's very
Where
uncommon.
did this come from?
That's very uncommon for sociopath behaviors. Normally, sociopaths are very self-centered and confident and are not writing in their journal and notes saying that they're unworthy of these things.
I know.
That is very, very strange.
So where is it coming from? She feels suffocated by her parents. She feels like she can't move on in life. She feels unworthy. She feels... she says in these notes that she's guilty, that she's a terrible person. I mean,
yes, girl, you are.
I don't understand it. But then I started reading some people trying to psychoanalyze her, some psychologists saying what they think could be going on in this situation. So I saw people mentioning Munchausen by proxy, and I was like, no way. Really? For a serial killer nurse? But it actually makes a ton of sense. So
was she helping in the resuscitation of these babies?
She did try to resuscitate some of them, but she didn't want them to live. So one thing with Munchausen by proxy
wants them to live. They want them to need them to.
But no, what she was seeking was like, okay, for instance, when one of her patients would die, okay, one of the babies would die, she'd be like, there'd be a new baby coming, okay? She'd be like, can I take care of that baby? Mine just died. I really need to take care of baby right now because, you know, she wanted people to feel sorry for her. Like, oh, yeah, your patient died the other day. Okay, yeah, you can take care of this baby. And then she would literally kill that baby too. Like... So and she would seek victimhood constantly. It seemed like out of people. Like the investigators found lots of messages between her and friends and stuff, like trying to make people feel sorry for her, and that is a hallmark of Munchausen by proxy. Usually people with Munchausen by proxy have extensive medical knowledge. Okay, she's a nurse. And they want to be victimized while they're victimizing someone else. Like, they use that person to gain victimhood themselves.
Okay.
For some kind of benefit. And I think the benefit for her was maybe, like, these intense emotions and people feeling bad for her.
Maybe. That is so strange. That's one of those... weird mental never-ending infinity loophole situations that just doesn't make any logical sense, right? But there's some weird kind of emotional need or gain that she's getting from these situations. I'm lost at it because we've never seen a situation like this. I would love to see a really experienced therapist or psychologist dig into Lucy Letby.
Well,
I would really love that.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that she's going to see a psychologist after she's sentenced, or I hope she already has.
But I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure she has for the trial. I'm sure she has. I actually didn't look at that. But I did watch psychologists who have YouTube channels talk about what they thought was going on with her. One was Todd Grande. I like him. He mentioned this. I also read an article where somebody totally different mentioned this as well. And I at first when they said that, I thought the classic case of, what was that girl's name? Amber something, right? With the mom, and they lived in, I think, Springfield, Missouri. And her mom pretended she had cancer. I instantly think of that case, where she's like in the wheelchair and then she ends up killing her mom.
Yes.
And I couldn't see...
Dee Dee
Blanchard. Yeah.
Yep.
There you go. And Amber Blanchard, right?
Maybe. I don't remember.
I don't know
I just know the mom was... was it the mom was Dee Dee or... Anyways, it's the Dee Dee Blanchard case that you can see on Netflix. I think they still have it on there.
Yeah. There was a movie made after it. So, Munchausen by proxy is literally classified as an attention-seeking disorder. That's what it is. It's all about getting attention.
Well, I mean, so we covered, what was her name? Kelly... Ronahan. And that was Munchausen by internet, which sounds ridiculous, but it's real, you guys. If you want to hear about that story, I'll post the thumb here, but she ended up losing her legs, like gone, both legs, because of self-harm, because of the excessive, insane, obsessive picking, and she ended up losing her legs, all so she could get attention online.
Well, and Munchausen by proxy is usually a caretaker, too. She's a nurse. It almost makes me wonder, which I saw someone theorizing this, did she have that want to kill? They say that usually they have that want to kill before they decide to go into that field.
Okay.
Did something happen in high school, right before high school, where she started having that feeling and knowing she wanted to, and that's why she wanted to work with kids and became a nurse? Because...
some kind of trauma.
Yeah.
Yep.
That would kind
Nature
of make
versus
sense.
nurture.
That would kind of make sense, honestly. And, I mean, I believe it was only 3 years after she graduated college and started working that she began killing.
Well, here's the interesting thing, you guys.
What?
Is when I'm looking at this, right, a few things that I'm thinking is, what symptoms or signs were there before this happened? So I'm thinking her childhood, okay? But then here's a great question, too. The parents refuse to believe that she's the bad guy in this, no matter what the evidence is.
Yeah,
and the evidence against her is damning. Like, it is incredible. She is the only factor that stands out. It literally can't be anyone else, you guys.
No, it's her.
And the parents refuse to believe that. So, in a situation like that, when she was growing up, did we potentially see serial killer traits of harming animals, or maybe even dolls being a reflection of her and doing something weird with it? Like, things that parents should be seeing and being like, wait, that doesn't seem right. Maybe we should go see a therapist just to make sure. You know what I mean? As a parent, you should be sure. If you see something and you're not sure, I suggest you get a professional to make sure that you're sure. You know what I mean? Did the parents overlook these things? And they've been there the whole time.
I mean, also, how do we know that one of her parents wasn't abusive? Like, with how codependent and crazy they are to 100% believing her innocence, like... It makes me just wonder what was going on there.
Overbearing mother syndrome, maybe.
Dude, there's something to be said for overbearing mothers. 100%.
One of my stories tonight talks about it, so I agree.
There's something there that can really mess up a kid.
It refuses to let the child learn accountability and make decisions on their own.
The other nurse serial killer had overbearing parents. Her father enrolled in her college to keep an eye on her. They literally, Elizabeth, look her up, Canada's nurse serial killer, Wedelhofer or something like that. Mm-hmm. Her parents were super mega overbearing. She went off to college. Her dad wanted to keep wanted to keep an eye on her, so he enrolled in that college.
Yeah, and can you imagine that kind of suffocation? And like, she was gay and didn't feel comfortable coming out because of her overbearing parents.
And they're Christian.
They're Christian. She was thinking she was going to go to college and have some kind of freedom and be able to explore like she should have been able to. But no, here comes her dad.
And then they sent her to conversion therapy.
Yes, and then they... Yes.
So there's
overbearing parents do not let a person learn how to be held accountable in making their own decisions. You starve them of that confidence that they need to not only make decisions, but hold themselves and allow others to hold themselves accountable too.
Also, if you're not allowed to grow, you're never going to develop self-confidence.
You have to mess up.
Yeah.
Messing up is good.
You have to mess up, and you also have to accomplish things yourself by yourself.
No, I agree.
Or else
you got to force yourself to do things.
You will not feel like you're worth anything. You won't have self-confidence if you have these parents who are constantly there trying to do everything for you and make sure you're doing everything perfectly.
Perfect, right.
So...
Perfection isn't real.
Who knows? Maybe that's it. Maybe that is like a big contributor to... Why?
And I gotta say,
that's super interesting that both nurse serial killers that we looked into have super overbearing parents.
Maybe there's a connection there between women, because women's brains are different than men's brains. I don't think any of you out there are going to argue with that, but if you do, leave it in the comments, let me know why. But women's brains are different than men's brains. So the nature versus nurture that might make a man a serial killer, right, a sociopath, and go down that road, it could be different than what would make a woman serial killer and go down that road, okay? So while an overbearing parent on a man and how their brain works might not create that nurture effect that can cause that, it might do that with a woman or make them more likely to be homicidal or,
maybe.
The
maybe
other
it's like,
idol.
Yeah, maybe if they just have something inherent in them, or like they...
Alexis Trevizo, Alexis whatever.
Maybe something clicks in certain people's heads, and like, I don't know, because they were... Their mother was so overbearing, and that's kind of a form of abuse. It makes them extremely angry inside and feel... bad about themselves, like so much hatred and anger that it, like, and some people just have that in them. I don't know.
It could be, but it can also be too that they just have no concept, because again, women's brains are different than men's. These women might just have no concept of what real accountability is. Real accountability. So when they're making decisions, they don't have any concept of what those decisions will, the cause versus reaction. You know what I mean?
I don't know, maybe. Or it's like they don't know
or
how to
action of reaction.
Or because they have such a warped view of what a caretaker and what nurturing is.
It could be too. It could be too. I just think that, and the reason why I'm saying that is because I have additional knowledge here. You haven't heard the story yet. But, like, it's a very similar story to Alexis Trevizo with Alexis Avila, and both of them have overbearing moms, and I think there's a very good argument in both cases that neither of these women, based on some of the behaviors and the things that they're saying that we're seeing, had any idea what their decisions could do. I do not think they understand it.
Yeah,
that doesn't make them not held accountable, but that helps us, the outsiders looking in, connect dots and realize, okay, whoa, so this caused this, and this could cause this, and you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's interesting stuff.
So with this story, I mean, if you guys want to go look into the story of each baby, definitely go for it. It is really difficult for me to go into, and what is the more interesting thing for me, because we know, okay, she injected air into veins, she injected air into their tummies, she poisoned them with insulin. There's even some weird accounts of, like, these babies having rashes and stuff.
She used anything and everything, you guys. Literally anything and everything to cause discomfort in these babies, in these newborn babies, to only fix them and nurse them back and do it again. It is one of the most horrific things I've ever seen in my entire life, okay? To the point where we just decided we aren't going to talk about the actual crimes on these babies themselves, but the social and behavioral aspects of Letby herself.
Yeah, but her favorite, like, the thing she did the most was injecting air into their stomachs or their bloodstreams. That was, like, the main thing, was injecting them with air or insulin. And it's just horrible. And when they read the sentencing, I think they had multiple sentencing hearings, or no, I think it was multiple reading, like, the guilty, like, that you're guilty. I don't think she's actually been sentenced yet, actually. But when they were reading off what she's guilty of and stuff, she ended up she started refusing to come out of her cell. Like, she was there the first time, and then the second and third time, she wouldn't come, and her parents also didn't come. And so she missed, like, some of the victims', like, testimonies, and the victims were really upset. They were really upset that they didn't get to see, like, justice be served to her.
Bro, she's a sociopath, though. So, like, those victims, I'm really sorry you guys had to go through that, and I'm really sorry that you felt like her being there would have helped you let them go.
Closure.
But she's a sociopath. So if she is crying, that is fake, planned, intentional crying. There is no emotion there. Yeah. None. Zero. You can't do this with emotion. There's nothing there.
What's insane is that when she was picked up for this, okay, and she was picked up multiple times, interrogated, when she was officially charged, and, like, all of that, she was completely stoic. At no point did she show any emotion when talking about any of this, getting charged, getting arrested, none of it.
Yeah, I know. It's
no
not
emotion.
Surprising at all. Not surprising at all.
And the only emotion she's shown since all of this was in the courtroom crying that one time, and they probably were crocodile tears.
Yep. I think...
Guaranteed.
I think 100% I feel comfortable saying that they were squeezed out. They were fake, because you can't do this with this amount of people. There were no accidents here. This was a very intentional, planned out murder one situation, not just murder, but torture over and 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 over again. Sociopath, dude. There's no other option here.
You know, before she ever got found out or suspected for this, that trainees in the hospital were calling her the angel of death.
No.
And it was meant to be like tongue-in-cheek, but like she for real was the angel of death.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Oh my gosh. It's horrific. And I felt like the more interesting conversation here was to talk about like what could be behind it, because
I agree.
Because it's just so monstrous. Like and it really scares me thinking about going in a hospital expecting these people to take care of you or your child or your literal newborn baby, and something like this happening.
Yeah.
Like, and I've heard many actually horror stories of, you know, doctors or nurses who did stuff like this.
Yeah.
And I just feel like it's really important to know your rights and know that you can call a patient advocate. Every hospital, I know at least in America, has patient advocates. And I think you should have a family member there with you.
Yeah, I agree.
Try not to be alone in a hospital, like especially if you can't be your own best advocate in that situation.
I agree.
So, I mean, I want to know what you guys think about the Lucy Letby case. If you have any other theories, what could be behind like her going down this path in life? I mean, the Munchausen by proxy actually makes sense after I looked into it. Like, the caretaker thing, the needing attention, the needing to be a victim. Also, I think there's some power exchange stuff there, you know, with that. Like, having the control.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to know what you guys think about it. Sorry if you wanted to hear the gory details, but I couldn't get into that.
No.
It's too much for me.
Yeah, it's not the right thing
it's
on
not
YouTube
what's important
when we're talking about. And the thing is too, like, what we sell in this channel is the conversation aspect, the real life conversation, talking through how this happened, how it could happen in society, some of those impacts and things like that. And that's where the gold's at.
Yeah, I just wish all of the parents, the victims of this, healing, peace and healing, and hopefully your families are healthy, and you never have to experience anything like this ever again. And thank God she's in prison for probably the rest of her life.
Absolutely. So, all right. We just got done talking about a UK serial killer that could have possibly had an overbearing mom. Well, here's another one that I think it's really important that we point out. There could be an overbearing parent or parents situation in this as well. And there is some really wild correlations to the Alexis Trevizo case, okay? This is Alexis Avila, Avila, A-V-I-L-A, okay? 18-year-old girl. This year, or last year, January 7th of 2022, the girl who, and you guys will probably know who I'm talking about after you hear this, the girl who threw her baby in the trash can.
You mean the dumpster?
The dumpster.
By the mall?
Yep.
Yeah, so this also happened in New Mexico. Same as Alexee Trevizo.
I know. It is seriously wild.
Is it Trevizo or Trevizo? I think it's Trevizo.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So normally those Z and L's, even Avila, I think it's supposed to be Alexis Avila. Avila. Yep.
Okay.
But yeah, like the connections here are crazy,
really
dude.
Weird.
They're both Hispanic families. They both have really overbearing moms, where you have Alexis Trevizo, who said multiple times that, you know, she was worried. The mom was there the whole time, to the point where the officers were asking her to leave, and it was like super awkward trying to get her to leave. And you could tell through that footage that she was up in her business all the time. Then you have Alexis, who threw her baby in the dumpster, and she said one of the main reasons that she didn't say anything was that she was afraid her mother would hate her. Okay? That blows my mind. You're afraid that your mom will hate you, so that is worth ending a life? You know?
You got me. I don't understand it at all. I don't.
Well,
it's a safe haven state, for one.
Yeah.
You can drop baby off anywhere. Like, if you were going to drop it in a dumpster, why don't you just drop it off at the hospital, the police station, or the fire station?
Yep.
What? Also, you can go to Planned Parenthood and get a totally private abortion, and no one ever has to know.
Yeah.
Because they keep it private. Like, New Mexico has the best laws for this kind of things.
They do.
It's the most wide open, anyway. I don't know if I'd say best, but most wide open.
Yep, and they give you 90 days to drop the child off at any time. So any time after the pregnancy of 90 days, if there's something where you're unhappy or whatever, you have the ability to go drop this child off. So,
What?
Yep, 90 days before it's like... Not anybody in the world. I can't just take a 3-year-old and be like, hey, I tried being a parent for 3 years. I'm just not digging it. Here you go. Like, that's not how that works. So.
Right. It has to be like a newborn baby.
Yeah. And, well, in New Mexico, you have 90 days.
Okay.
To literally just drop it off. Scot-free.
Yeah.
So, I looked into it because of this. So.
Yeah.
All right. The story. Right? So this was in New Mexico, like you were saying, the same as Alexis Trevizo. So on the night of January 7th, 2022, 3 Good Samaritans found an infant in Hobbs, a city of around 40,000 people, so not that big of a city.
Yeah, they were dumpster diving.
In southeastern part of the state, right at around 7 o'clock-ish. So, have you heard the 911 call?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, he is so disturbed. So these 3 people, like you said, had gone dumpster diving behind the mall. And if you guys don't know, like I'll post a picture here, but if you go behind any mall, there is a rack of dumpsters back there. Always a rack of dumpsters, okay? And at the mall, I worked at a retail store at one time. A lot of times product really does get thrown away back there. You're given a certain amount of shrink in that store, and if something is broken or something's not right, or it could be literally the tiniest little dot in there, they can mark it out and throw it away. So it makes sense they went dumpster diving back there. Well, it was 2 men and a woman, and it was Michael, Hector, and April. And when they pulled up there, the woman stayed in the truck. The 2 men got out to work through this trash together, and they were using a system where they were grabbing one bag, checking it, and throwing it into the next dumpster to make sure they got through everything, okay? Well, while they're doing this, and they're both in the dumpster, like... And think about this, in the dumpster, stepping on all these bags, walking over trash and everything, they kept hearing this noise of like a high-pitched whine, squeal, cry, something like that, right? And one of them gave a statement saying that they thought it was a cat, okay? And they kept doing their thing, looked around a little bit, thought it was a cat, kept doing their thing, moving on their way. Well, they get down to the bottom area, okay, in one of the corners of the trash can, and realize this noise is coming from this bag, this specific bag. So they grab the bag and set it outside the dumpster because they're in the dumpster there. Just set it right outside. Now, the girl hears the cry, I'm sure because the moving and everything else, the crying got louder, more, whatever. Yep. She gets out of the truck, comes over to the bag, okay? This is how the bag is placed. It is a black trash bag with another bag inside of it, and then a hair tie like banded around the top. Well, the girl, what was her, April, got out, opened it up, and realized, oh my God.
It's a baby.
It's a baby, okay? It is a baby that is alive. It is a baby that is in a wet towel in the middle of winter in New Mexico in 30-degree weather. okay? And right away, she scoops the baby up, goes into like protector mode, trying to take care of the baby, whatever. She said she takes off the wet towel and feels how cold this baby is and tries to warm him up. She puts him in her jacket.
She puts him in her shirt, like skin to skin.
Yeah. To try and warm him up and immediately get on the phone. Now, this 911 call, you guys, for me, it was really hard to listen to because you can tell how distraught he is. I don't remember which man it was on the phone, but like, you know, ring, 911, they pick it up. Hey, what's your emergency? And he was like, oh my God, we found a baby in the dumpster. And she says, okay, well, where are you? And he...
Hello, 911?
Yes, we just found a baby in the trap behind what is this? Damn, I can't think straight. The hogs, what's the Hey, Clifford, where are we at? The mall. Hogs, Broadway. Behind we're behind Hogs Mall.
Okay, I'm showing you 1218 North
Okay,
Thurs.
we had just found an infant child.
Is it breathing?
Yes, ma'am.
He can't remember the name.
Where he is.
Yeah,
like,
he doesn't know.
Has no idea. And he's like, I'm sorry, I'm just drawing a blank. My mind's going crazy, you know, and literally can't come up with it. Like, that's how distraught he is.
Yeah.
For thinking he was just having a normal night of dumpster diving, finding some cool stuff, and finding a baby instead.
He's probably also thinking we were in there the whole time, hearing that, stepping around in there, and a freaking baby in there, like, freezing to death. Like,
I would be spooked out, too. Like, I really hope I didn't step on this bag, or, yeah. Absolutely. But they did the right thing here, which was incredible. Immediately called 911. This lady
and
immediately...
took care of the baby.
Yeah, immediately put the baby... under her jacket and shirt to try and get it warm, which is the best thing she could have done. Literally the best thing she could have done. So they said on the 911 call that the umbilical cord was still attached, you guys. And there was blood all over this blanket. And while they're on the phone with 911, the cops get there and they say, you know, we'll let you go, whatever, so you can talk to the cops. And then there's video cam footage of the cops and them figuring it out and working together. The baby gets sent to the hospital. And, you know, side note, the baby ends up living, okay? And living a normal child's life from everything that I was able to see. So, back to the story, though. The cop starts going into investigation mode and starts looking around, right? I think most people would assume that malls have cameras because they're targeted always for crimes, break-ins, theft, everything.
Yeah, they have cameras all over the mall.
Yep.
Always on the outside.
Yep. Well, this one specifically did too, and there's a store that had a camera like... the most perfect shot on these dumpsters, dude. You couldn't have a better shot. Like, the dumpster that the baby was found in was the center of this shot, okay?
It was.
And the store's name was, like, Riggs Outfitters. Riggs Outfitters. But anyways, the police immediately reached out to him and said, hey, we need to see your footage. The owner literally says that he thought it was about a robbery, like a break-in, whatever happened to his store, and the police were like, no, it's not that, you know. So he agrees to meet the next day and go over it with the police there. And he's telling the story, and they pull it up, and the police verify they can get the image, and that the shot's good. And the guy's like, what are we looking for? You know, and I guess the cops didn't tell him at first. And they said, well, we're looking for a black trash bag. And through everything the guy has picked up, he connected the dots and was like, don't tell me we're looking for a kid, you know. And he starts tearing up and everything. Like, just the thought and the image of somebody throwing a baby away in the trash, you know, it got everybody messed up in this situation.
What's worse,
all the cops, this guy.
I know. And what's worse is he talks about, I saw him talk about how through the security footage, you see her throw the baby in the trash, and then everybody throughout the day throwing trash on top of the baby.
I had that down here in my notes, too, and that is crazy, because it is, it was literally 5 hours, you guys. So they picked her up at 2 p.m., throwing this child away. And I'm not talking about, it wasn't like this. Like lightly setting this child. She literally throws it over the top, hucks it.
She had no
concern whatsoever.
concern.
Zero, zip, nada, nothing. And I'm glad she was not smart enough to do it somewhere where there's no cameras. I'm glad she got caught. I'm glad that it was done at the mall where people wanted to dumpster dive. Like, this is fate, dude. This is karma. This is fate. And luckily, this baby was saved, okay?
I know.
Through the footage, they were able to identify the car through the plate. They were able to see this white car pull up to 3 dumpsters, you guys. Now, they saw the woman get out of the driver's side front door driving, right? And then move to the driver's side rear door where they can see her with her head in there and everything. And then grabbing this black trash bag and hucking it in there. And they were able to get the license plate, identify the address and the person who it was. And they identified that the car belonged to an 18-year-old Alexis Avila or Avila, one of those two. Avila. So the cops go to the house as soon as they have this information. All right, so the police are at the door, and her mom and her dad actually answer the door, okay? And they say that she's been sleeping all day, and she's asleep right now, that she had pains and whatever. She's been out of work, and the cop lets them know, like, this is serious. This is what's going on, okay? And the mom finally agrees to bring her down to the police station. So the next thing we see, and they have all the interrogation footage online. And I gotta tell you guys, like, I've watched a lot of interrogation footage because the psychological aspects of it really interest me. I like to see how people work. I also love to see really great interrogators and detectives. It reminds me of like a sales approach, you know. It's very calculated, analytical, steps 1 through 50, you know, and it's all done in conversation and body language. So this guy was good, okay? He came in there, super friendly, got her to start talking, got more harsh at the times that he needed to, but she ended up like giving them pretty much everything that they needed. It's funny because it started off with I have it here. So it started off with her saying that she didn't know she was pregnant or just found out the day before, okay? And the cop finds out pretty quickly that ends up not being the case, that she actually had been tested 3 separate times. So the day before, like she said, okay? So then in August, at another doctor's appointment, where she proceeds to tell the cop, so like, I knew, but I didn't know, you know what I mean? And the cop, the interrogator's like, yeah, I know what you mean, but what does that mean? I knew, but I didn't know? That just means that
you were in denial?
Yeah, you knew, but you're so afraid of your image or your parents that you pretended that didn't happen. You chose to be in denial and pretend that you didn't get that test, you know? And then she even did a TikTok, what's it called, thing that goes around, whatever, like a TikTok test, TikTok challenge, where she got 2 pregnancy tests and her lawyers say one was positive and one was negative. So, like, dude, there was a lot of different times where she should have been like, whoa, something's up here, you know?
She knew.
Maybe she chose to be in denial. It doesn't change the accountability around it. Like, you still had the test. You still chose to ignore it, pretend it didn't happen, whatever.
No, you chose to put a baby in the dumpster. I don't even care if you knew. You could have not known the whole time.
The
fact that you put the baby in the dumpster is the problem.
And the important part here, too, is not only that she put the baby in the dumpster, because do I think that pregnancy hormones can make people crazy to where they make really bad decisions while their brain is flooded with these endorphins and hormones? Absolutely. We see it all the time with what's it called? The post-birth psychosis or whatever.
It's postpartum psychosis.
Postpartum psychosis. So that's a real thing. It really happens. But she had 5 additional hours to change her mind.
Also,
to go back.
Postpartum psychosis doesn't hit immediately after birth.
Right, it's after, yeah.
It takes a while. It's the
after they come down.
It's the come down, yes.
Yep.
Usually, yeah.
And then she also tells the cop that she never told anyone, that nobody knew about it. And the cop actually came with his guns and already had, not literal guns obviously, but had already talked to someone who confirmed that she knew.
Yeah.
So she claims she didn't know this person. It's just lying after lying after lying after lying. And it's very interesting the comments she makes, okay? And we'll go into that, the overbearing parent part. But she says in here that she couldn't tell anybody. She was afraid her mom would hate her forever. And I'm pretty sure those are the exact words she used, which I thought was very interesting. And then she goes on to say, you know, I didn't realize I was having a baby. I thought something was going on with my stomach and my back. I have an injury to my back. And I thought I needed to poop. So I went to the bathroom. Then all of a sudden, it was there in the toilet. Real disconnecting language, which they point out in that video. But she was like, then I picked up my phone to call my mom, and I couldn't. I just couldn't. What do you guys think about that? Like,
you just couldn't?
Yeah.
Regardless if you could or couldn't, you could have went to a hospital.
You could have went to a hospital. You could have kept the kid. You could have changed your mind. You could have dropped it off somewhere. Like, you had a ton of options. But the option that you chose
was something that could kill it.
Was something that could kill it. And what...
Well, then she finds out it's still alive. He tells her.
I know. And her response is
weird.
Yeah. Well, if it's alive, I want it. I was like, dude, come on.
What?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how can you dump your baby in a dumpster, leave it for dead, and the cops are like, well, we found it and it's alive, and you're like, okay, give it to me.
Yeah. Yeah, like they were
they're really gonna give it to you. It makes me wonder, what is her disconnect? Like, what is her disconnect to reality?
This is the whole point of this, okay? So many people have speculated about Alexis Trevizo. And if she knew, okay, we don't have confirmation she knew, but if she knew, what was the reason, what was the motive for doing this in this way, okay? And a lot of people believe it's her overbearing mom, not giving her the room and space to grow as an adult, learn how to make adult decisions on your own 2 feet, standing alone, okay? And I looked up signs of an overbearing parent when I was looking into this, and like, they align. You'll exhaust your child. They will never know what natural consequences are. Creativity will be discouraged. They'll be anxious about everything. They will hyper analyze and fear mistakes. They'll have an increase in mental issues, problems, anxiety, stress, the increased likelihood of having like bipolar, schizo or disorders or whatever. That's interesting. That's all really interesting stuff. And a lot of those you can actually tie into both of these situations. There's that happy medium with parenting where you gotta let your kids make mistakes. You just can't let them make fatal mistakes. But like, if your kid is making a decision to do something and you know, because you have a fully formed frontal lobe and you understand life and you have some lived experience and you see they're about to get hurt and it's not a serious hurt, I mean, it's probably smart to let them feel those consequences.
Yeah, let them learn from their mistakes, for
Yeah.
sure. Let them fall down, and get hurt and then find out.
In a safe way.
Yeah, in a guided way, so that it's never at the point where they're risking their life or another's life or some kind of extreme harm.
Yeah, yeah. And it says, children may feel pressure to conform to parental authority, resulting in emotional insecurity and dependence on the parent that can follow them through adulthood. Possible effects of controlling parenting on a child include childhood anxiety, depression, and mistakes. Wild, right? And there's so many correlation to hear between these two cases. And you know what's funny? And
I mean, they both put them in trash. Both of them put them in trash.
Annie Elise made this comment because I saw she posted a video on this topic, or on her podcast or whatever. But so Alexie Trevizo's mom, do you guys remember this in the footage, saying, "Don't you know about the girls who do this to their baby and they go to jail?" She went to jail right around the same time. Alexis Avila went to jail right before the Alexie Trevizo situation. So more than likely, she's literally talking about Alexis Avila.
You're getting their names mixed up, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think she is talking about her, and I do think it's a bit weird that she almost knew this might happen and said, "Remember, I told you about this." What, you were afraid your daughter was going to throw a baby in the trash? That's a weird thing to worry about.
I hear you.
If you feel like you're parenting your child good, I would think you would think that they would not throw their baby in the trash.
Yep.
It's a weird thing that you already told her about to not do. Like, hey, see that girl throwing her baby in the dumpster? You don't do that.
It's a very weird thing. That's one of those common sense things that if you raised your child to make smart decisions, that's human life. Like any human life, you guys, is valuable. So I feel like that's not something you need to tell an 18-year-old. You know what I mean?
I mean, maybe being like, "Oh my gosh, did you see that story about the girl? Like, oh my gosh, like that's horrible, isn't it?" Like talking about it like that, I guess is one thing, but saying like, "You see her, don't do that." This is what it sounded like.
And look, I agree. And look, for parents out there, mistakes happen. They happen. And, kids are going to make mistakes. And you might end up having a kid that could get pregnant. Now, cross your fingers, knock on wood, pray, do whatever you need to do to hope that doesn't happen at that age because it's such a young age. But
they need to feel safe.
I would just check in with yourself, like I'm going to, about, am I creating an atmosphere where my kid could feel comfortable bringing this problem to me instead of trying to get rid of the child themselves and end themselves, or a situation where they literally, this girl lost her life, okay? Yeah. 20 years in jail, gone. Will not have a successful career after this, or highly unlikely to have a successful career after this. She lost most of her adult life, the 20s and 30s, okay? That's a serious part to lose.
It is. Incredibly serious.
I would love to know what you guys think about the helicopter parent, the overbearing parent, the mother, and the wild connections between these two cases, being in the same state, being so similar, having a very similar parental at-home life setup.
Very similar first names.
Yeah.
Alexis, that's her name, right?
Yep. Alexee Trevizo and
I know
Alexis Avila.
Yeah, I'm talking about Alexis. I know Alexi's name. Her baby is with the father.
Who didn't know.
But she also accused him of being an abuser. And that's why they
did.
broke up. And then he ended up swooping in with his family and being like, I want the baby. And he's like taking really good care of the child.
Yeah, no, the baby is thriving, you guys. Absolutely. And I do think there's some evidence there that he might have had made a mistake in that, because there is a 911 call where you can hear him yelling in the background and stuff, and she's acting crazy too. So I don't know if it's a situation where Alexis came at him and then he like pushed her off him, but there was some kind of contact there. So that fault doesn't have anything to do with it. When this guy chose to step up and he says he didn't know, Alexis says that he didn't know, so I think he really didn't know and they were broken up or whatever. He stepped in and said, look, I want this child. Like, I'll never forgive her. And he made statements saying, I will never forgive her ever, period, ever again.
Which I understand.
But I want the child. And she tried to get rights for the kid while in prison and all this stuff, you guys. But here's the thing. This kid isn't going to know her. She not only almost murdered this child, but she left this child with not having another parent for their entire... But when she gets out, the child's going to be a year or 2 years away from being 18, like being an adult.
Yeah, like the age she was when she tried to kill it.
Yeah.
Him. It's a him.
Yes.
So, yeah.
This blew me away. So, again, like for you guys that have watched us for a while, I am relatively new to true crime and looking into all these cases. I didn't know about this. When I started reading and researching and watching stuff on this, I was like, "Oh my gosh."
That video of her dumping
common.
that video of her dumping the baby in the trash bag in the dumpster went viral.
It's scary
Knowing went viral.
That there's a child in there and the way that it was done. Like I said, there's a way to set a bag in a dumpster. None of them would have been okay, but set a bag in the dumpster, and then there's literally huck it in, and she hucked it in. Hucked it in the dumpster. That baby
literally was like meant to survive, like meant to be here.
I agree.
Because it was in a bag for so long. How did it?
Was.
How?
Yeah.
Like how? There were so many factors: the cold, the wet, the no air, the throwing it in, the people stepping in there, people throwing trash in there all day.
I know.
Like how? It's literally a miracle.
I know.
That baby is alive.
Yep. I know it. It is. Because, and remember, there was a hair tie around the top. Covering the air,
it was sealed.
5 hours. 5 hours.
I wonder if it got tore a little bit when she threw it in or something.
I don't know, but I would love your guys' opinion on this. Now, when it comes to the Alexee Trevizo case, I just wish I had more evidence. If I had evidence that she knew she was pregnant, and the pictures don't make me feel that way just because I have seen the ghost pregnancies or phantom pregnancies or whatever, where tons of women have no idea that they're pregnant, like professional athlete women even, and they thought they had to doo-doo and out comes a baby. So with all that evidence, like, I need to see some evidence that she knew. Like with Alexis Avila, we see evidence she knew. With Alexee, we haven't yet.
But the one thing, which we'll go ahead and get into Alexee now, because I'm talking about Alexee.
Oh, you are?
Well, yeah, because she just had a court hearing.
Oh, okay.
You already knew that.
I didn't.
We talked about this.
It's news to me.
So, Alexie Trevizo just had a court hearing, and that was done via Zoom. And, so what I wanted to say with her is that the thing is with those I didn't know I was pregnant type stories, usually, like, these women are active or overweight. It, like, goes one way or the other.
Yep.
They're extremely active or they're overweight, and they don't see, like, a baby bump. With Alexee, I feel like it was so obvious what it was that I don't know how you couldn't know. She thought she was only gaining weight in her uterus?
I mean,
like, literally not,
listen,
not a full belly, not like all the left hand, literally just that spot.
So many of our viewers, like even J Ray, if you're watching this, but commented about that and said a very similar thing. But you guys, I think denial is very strong. And I also think this could be a situation when you're an outsider looking in, it's easy to judge. But when you're a person going through it that has a helicopter parent, an overbearing parent, and believes like, my family could hate me, this could be the end of my world if I'm pregnant, I think denial is stronger than you think, you guys. That's why I'm saying I just need one piece, like give me a shred of evidence that she knew. Give me a TikTok test like that. Give me anything.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything yet. I need that in order to not feel like, based off what I saw in the video, that it could have been a phantom pregnancy.
Yeah, we don't have anything yet as far as that. There is no evidence besides people at her school saying that she knew.
Yeah.
That's it. We just have, like, supposed witnesses coming up, like, calling the news and saying she knew.
Yeah.
That's it.
Which schools are, like, gossip kingdoms.
Right.
They specialize in gossip.
And if she had that big old baby bump out there cheerleading, you think people weren't spreading rumors that she was pregnant?
It could be. It could
Probably.
be. I'm just curious. I want to know.
And she had that boyfriend, like, I don't know. I can totally see that in high school, people spreading rumors about it, and maybe it didn't get back to her, or maybe she was like, in such denial, she was like, no way, guys, I'm not pregnant. I'm just getting fat, and I need to take diet pills.
Yeah.
Which it sounds like she was trying to do.
Yeah. But I want all of you that are listening to understand my position. I'm not saying she's innocent, so don't attack me on that. I do think she needs to be held accountable, but I believe murder one is an overcharge, and they're going to get nothing going that route. The state's going to end up not getting anything going that route. I
could agree that murder one is an overcharge. I could agree with that, because here's one big thing I want to mention, is we know that medical professionals kept going to check up on her. This is a hospital where they're walking back and forth in the hallway. Like, I've watched a lot of that security camera footage and the nurses going back and forth. At no part ever, which Alexie says when they ask her about it, it wasn't crying. Well, they didn't actually technically ask her. She just said it. It wasn't crying. Nobody heard a cry. Nobody ever reported a cry.
Yeah.
They heard flushing a lot. Paper towels and flushing. So we know they were hearing sounds. They were hearing the flushing and the toilet papers over and over.
Listened.
Yes, they sat there and listened and tried to talk to her, got no answer, and they did this over and over and over until their concern grew to a point where they're like, okay, we're getting a key and unlocking the door. And then she was done by then. But none of them ever heard a cry, which I think is important.
It is. I agree it's important. I agree. It's also important that the air in the lungs can be done from CPR.
Yeah, so I don't know that for 100% sure if that's what happened, because I don't think we know if CPR was done on the baby, but I would assume so.
Well, there's a contradiction where one of the
so.
interviews, the in-person interviews, one of the nurses says that they did CPR, and then in the secondary interviews where they're doing the by themselves interviews, they say that it wasn't done. So there's a contradiction.
So they didn't try to resuscitate the baby at all then?
There's a contradiction.
Huh.
Yep, there's a contradiction. And some of our viewers let me onto that because I was under the belief that they did try and resuscitate, because why wouldn't you?
Right.
Babies can literally be born and not take a breath for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, dude, and pull out. Like, it's not like a normal human losing lack of oxygen. They're transitioning from a place of no oxygen to now
Well, no,
oxygen.
they had oxygen through blood.
Right. But it's not being taken in by their lungs. That's why they can go longer than like a regular person or whatever.
Can.
So I just don't see a hospital staff not knowing that and trying, dude. Babies are born blue. I was born blue, okay? So even if you look at a baby and they're blue, you can
still
come
try.
back.
You still try.
Yes.
I agree with that. They said it was cold to the touch, though. Maybe that is why they didn't try. I don't know.
Maybe.
So, in this hearing, there was some buffoonery, okay? They had a bunch of people on the Zoom call, and somebody was muting the lawyers and the judges' mics as they were talking.
No.
They kept muting over and over. Like, while they were in the middle of this hearing, trying to get through this, and somebody is in there messing around, muting them.
No way. What is the point?
But also, how is a court gonna allow that? How are they not gonna, like, kick that? How could they not just kick that person off?
I mean, what I would have done is kicked everybody off that wasn't essential.
Right. How is this an open hearing like that? That's weird to me. Like, I don't know if I would just open a Zoom court hearing to the entire public. Like, if you want it to the public, why don't you live stream your Zoom hearing? Not open it up where people can just join and mute you.
I hear you.
Can't you set up permissions so people also can't do that?
Yes, you can.
They gotta figure it out.
Yes.
Because if they're gonna do these hearings through Zoom, that can't be happening. And also, people were yelling at the end, like yelling stuff into the Zoom meeting.
Shut up. Are you serious?
I am so serious.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Like, USA, we got our justice system together.
Right?
Check out how good we do with Zoom.
So, main topics for this court hearing was the lawyer, so the defense and the state kind of explaining, like, their cases as far as privilege, Miranda rights, which involves the video in the hospital, whether that's privileged or not, whether that is like a public space or a private space where it shouldn't have been just released like that, and HIPAA violations, which it sounds like both the defense and the state agree they can't really do anything about that in this case, that's going to be all with the civil suit that Alexee's lawyer has filed against the hospital.
Yep.
So the whole
She's
time...
going to be set financially forever. Guaranteed, dude.
I wonder if they're just going to settle. I don't know. But she was sitting behind her lawyer the whole time, just like this at the table. Like, he's front and center, and she's in the literal background. Like, just sitting at the table like this the whole time.
Really?
It's really weird.
It's really awkward.
It's super awkward to me. He had her, like, in the back just sitting at the table. Like, I'm like, did she ever move? Is she even there? Like, is this a green screen? He just took a picture of her sitting there.
Right.
Like, I don't know.
She's not moving.
It was weird.
Yeah.
There's something just different about Alexee, I feel like. There's something off about her.
I felt the same way about Alexis, too. The story we just talked about for those of you
Alexis is more off than Alexee, though. Alexis is literally bat. Okay?
I mean, Alexee seemed kind of bad crazy.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, okay? One thing I feel like people don't point out enough is that she just gave birth. She's on morphine and multiple other drugs, and she's bleeding out.
We pointed this out. I think that's all fair.
We didn't point out the fact that on top of all that, she's literally bleeding out to the point where blood is dripping on the floor and having a puddle and all the blood in the bathroom. And they're literally taking her on a helicopter to help her get help to stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
And also make sure there's nothing else inside of her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, so she's losing blood. She just gave birth and it was in extreme pain. morphine, like, there's a lot of extenuating factors. Like, and not to mention this is traumatic and, like, crazy.
Yeah. No,
so
I'm right there with you. I
don't know how off she actually is.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
that's
based
the
on the
only
video
example.
you're saying, it sounds like she's at least awkward.
Yeah, but she's, like, told to sit back there by her lawyer. What else is she really supposed to do?
You think her lawyer's going to be like, hey, sit there and sit still and don't move and don't act normal by, like, itching your face or anything like that?
I mean, honestly, I wasn't staring at her the whole time, but it did look like she didn't really move.
Yeah.
Basically, Alexee's lawyer says the state's case is all about what happened in the bathroom, and he thinks everything else, the body cam footage we saw, the hallway footage we saw, literally everything from the time she got there to the time she left should be privileged and protected and not able to be used in court. That's his argument.
Yeah.
So then we have the state go into a third party being present, basically makes it so that none of it's privileged, which was insane to me. And they used her mother, saying her mother, because she's an adult, is considered a third party, so therefore nothing is privileged. And I was watching the lawyer, and he said, actually, yeah. And I'm thinking, dude, so when...
No, I thought that for marriage and children, that those same laws don't apply, though. There's
but it's your parent and she's an adult. You just talked about a husband and a child. I don't think that's the same thing.
Yeah.
They said because she's an adult and her mother's there, she counts as a third party.
Oh, adult and her mother's there. Yeah. I was thinking
But I still think that's messed up because that's family. They're supporting someone who's in the ER, and you're gonna and clearly you're consenting to that one person being there, not the public.
Yeah. No, I get it. I agree with you.
How does that...
I'm just trying to think legally first before, like, what's right.
I just feel like that's a messed up law.
Yeah.
I feel like that's not okay. Like, everyone's arguing this, like, oh, yeah, technically this and this, and the lawyers, it's like, yeah, she's right, and, I'm like, what? But
there's a huge difference between a family member, like a mom or a dad, and the public, yeah.
Yeah, and police officers, too. So they said also the police officers would count as a third party. So that's where we come into the Miranda issues.
Police officers don't count as a third party, bro. She didn't invite them in. That doesn't count. Yeah. So police aren't allowed to be there unless they're charging you or there's some kind of concern for safety or something like that. So, like, if she would have gotten the phone with the lawyer right away, that lawyer would have been like, yo, are you arresting her? Okay, then get out of her room.
Okay, but here's the thing. Is they walked in there with the doctor, remember? And you immediately, when we were watching this footage on stream, were like, I don't know, I feel like they just violated her rights.
Yeah.
They walk in with the doctor and she says, Alexee, we found the baby. Like, I had to report it to the cops. The cops have to be involved now because we suspect a crime. All of that. And the mom starts yelling at her.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
And Alexee's like, it's not breathing, stuff like that. And one of the cops does try to stop her and is like, whoa, but then doesn't say anything. They never read her Miranda rights. Not once at the hospital.
Well, shoot. Then I would keep all of this in there. If I was her defense lawyer, that gets everybody off.
Well, that's how he wants all of it out. Is they won't have any of that because she was never advised of her rights.
Yeah, fair. 100%.
But, so from what the lawyer was saying is that she would have had to, so he was talking about if it was a custodial interview, okay? For a custodial interview, they have to Miranda...
It wasn't because they're using it as evidence.
They have to read you your Miranda rights for that, for a custodial interview.
They have to read you your Miranda rights for anything that gets used in a court of law. Here.
No, it's when you're detained.
No.
At any point you're detained is when they have to read you your Miranda rights. And he was arguing that you could argue she was detained. She could not get up and leave. Now, it was like, for a medical reason.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Without being told that, nothing is supposed to be admissible in a court of law. That's what the Miranda rights are.
Yeah.
You have the right to an attorney. If you can afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you.
See, but you know how they find legal loopholes? Like,
yeah, of course.
There's all this. There's a lot more to it than just that.
I get there's legal loopholes. However, Miranda rights with a good attorney is not arguable, because if you are not told you have the right to remain silent, anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Nothing can be used against you in a court of law.
Well, anyway, this is what they're trying to figure out, okay? They're trying to explain to the judge each of their arguments when it comes to this privilege, Miranda rights, whether her rights were violated or not, what can be admissible in court and what cannot. And the judge basically has to think it over, and they talk about the hallway footage, and it's in a hospital, okay? Well, the state argues that is a public hallway.
Okay.
So, is it public?
No. It's not. Do they let people back there? Is there visiting hours?
Good point.
Because if there's visiting hours, it is not
think
public.
about an emergency room that's very busy. I see patients, they literally will have them laying out in beds in the hallway and stuff.
Oh, yeah, dude. I've been rolled in a hospital, like, naked. Flat out in the hallway.
Like,
yeah.
that, I feel like that can't just be considered public.
It
like, you
can't.
can't go in a hospital hallway and start recording everything.
No.
You can't do that.
No.
You could be violating people's rights.
Yep. If I was the defense attorney, I would literally hire someone to go in that hospital and just go in with your camera and start like, oh, hey, everyone say hi, we're live streaming.
Yeah, but I feel like that's the issue is, how did all of this get out to the public so quick before she, like, how did all of this happen? How did all of this just get released like that? Like, who was trying to character assassinate this girl? Like,
I don't feel like there's any character assassination.
No,
on
but
this,
that's what it would feel like personally.
Yes.
When you're in that situation as Alexi, you would feel like, who is trying to ruin my life right now?
It would. I just think this is a very, like, I can't think of a more gray situation, okay? We have no evidence that she knew, so it's very possible she did know, it's very possible she didn't know. If she did know, the story is completely different, and there's a likelihood that she'll get murder one. If she didn't know, okay, the charges are a difference between like 20 years. Like, it is huge difference in these charges, all from the fact of, did she know if she was pregnant or not? And it is so gray right in the middle, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
people want to believe what they want to believe because everyone in the world's biased, us included, you know? We just have to do the best we can to keep that in check. But people want to believe what they want to believe.
Yeah, and I feel like the defense lawyer actually, I feel like he was doing a good job of explaining this, and I side more with him, to be honest, about the privacy concerns. I know some of it is him trying to push it as far as he can go. So there's like,
I mean, HIPAA is like really important, you guys.
Apparently
nobody's supposed to be in on that. And we even see some other cases like Bryan Kohberger in the Idaho4, where I think they've used HIPAA violations to character assassinate him with his depression group, where he's supposed to be able to speak openly and freely or whatever, where he talks about like, I feel like the world is like a video game and I can't even express myself in front of my parents or whatever. Like, I don't feel like that stuff should be out. It was a support group, you know?
Yeah.
So this definitely shouldn't be able to be out.
That's not medical treatment unless there's medical professionals there, though.
While
there is a code of, like, honor.
I get it, but who set up that forum?
Yeah.
A medical professional.
They did.
Who else would? It was suggested by medical professionals.
Okay, but there's plenty of people who run groups that aren't medical professionals. So,
if it's a therapy group, I mean, It's for therapy, which
yeah,
is
but
a medical...
group therapy is different than, like, therapy.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, yes, there's not always a counselor at some group therapies. Like, it can be just a group of peers. There doesn't always have to be someone who's like a certified counselor. I
think that's arguable. I'm curious what you guys think. But no, I think there's health benefits. And I don't think it has to be guided by a professional.
I know of a group that you know of right now that is guided not by professionals.
I get that, but there's still medical health benefits that are being done and suggested by a medical professional. So
I don't know. That's not the point,
like a
though.
prescription.
So you got me off topic now, because we're arguing a support group and Kohberger. This isn't about Kohberger. Not everything's about Kohberger.
I don't think it is.
So where were we at?
We were just talking about the HIPAA violations.
I feel like he does a good job arguing about how there were no court orders or warrants at any point to obtain any of the security footage, any of the doctors or the nurses' statements.
Yeah.
Which is not normal.
I know.
They literally...
Yeah.
There's tons of times police have tried to go to medical professionals and tried to get an interview, and they're like, you have to bring a warrant. I cannot violate HIPAA unless you have a warrant from a judge.
Correct.
There were none
I know.
at any point ever.
I know.
Which is crazy to me.
It is really wild. It is really wild.
And I think that is literally one of the most important things he said, even though it didn't seem like that was the hard-hitting point he was making. I think that was incredibly important.
I think so, too. And that's something that we didn't dig into too hard at first when we were initially talking about this. But every single one of those medical professionals that's sitting in front of that camera when they're being interviewed talking about her are breaking HIPAA. Every single one. Yeah,
so then there was the argument about what the medical professionals see her doing is different than her medical care and treatment.
Yep.
So, I'm not a lawyer, but, I mean, everything they were doing and talking to her is medical treatment, is it not?
It is.
So I don't see how it can be distinguished.
So, I do. They can either talk about it as an eyewitness account, meaning they would have to speak specifically on what they saw in the bathroom and nothing else. If they talked about anything else, it would have to be in reference to her treatment of being there. If they talked about blood work, if they talked about her behavior, if they talked about her condition, if they talked about any of that, that falls under HIPAA, but being an eyewitness to the scene does not.
I also heard people arguing that once the baby was born, that it could be argued that the doctor became the baby's doctor and the baby has rights. So that could change things a little bit, I guess. But one interesting part is that if she uses, so say he gets some of that stuff thrown out, some of that evidence, like the footage and stuff, and things that are privileged, if they use any of that in the civil case, then that becomes public information, and it can be put right back into the trial.
Yeah.
Like, the state can go grab it now because it's public information, and she's basically waived her right to privilege, and they can bring that all into the criminal case.
All they have to do is push off the civil case, though.
Yeah.
That's it.
But...
And then the civil case can't be settled then. Because if there's settlement, then no information is public information.
Right. We wouldn't have anything then.
Nothing.
At all.
Yep.
I wanted to see what her next court date is because I forgot to write it down.
Yeah.
So her next court... Wait. A date for her trial was set for October 2nd, 2023?
Yeah.
No way. That soon?
Yeah, maybe.
Why does it seem like it's October 2nd is such a popular day?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Well, interesting. But yeah, it was kind of a crap show, but I do feel a difference in watching this court hearing, even though there was like so much going on with the muting and like the yelling. I feel like the state and the defense and the judge are actually working together respectfully, which is a nice change of speed from Kohberger.
Yeah. Yes.
I'll say that.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, just awaiting more information now at this point. The judge has to take all this information, process it, and make some decisions. And we'll see what happens. Like, she has to decide, go through all the stuff, and figure out what she's going to say. This is privileged and this is not.
Yep. Let us know what you guys think.
For sure.
Yeah. All right, you guys. So this is another one of our weekly Idaho4 Bryan Kohberger topics. Okay, I wanted to do something a little bit different, though, to be able to have, like, some open communication here about this, because the more people that has their opinion in this, I think will help open a lot of people's eyes. Now, I do want to give a disclaimer here, like we give on a lot of our live streams and a lot of our videos here. We have zero emotional buy-in for Kohberger to be innocent or guilty, you guys. I know I say that a lot, but there's a reason why we say this a lot, and we say this a lot because the longer this goes on, the more defined this line gets up the middle of people who believe he's guilty and he is an incel and wild and hates women and all these other things, okay? So clearly he's guilty. Then you have the other side that believes he's innocent to the point where we're having some super wild conspiracy theories. Not saying they aren't possible. I think any theory is a good theory. It just can't be backed by actual factual evidence, okay? So, and there's a difference between conspiracy theories without the evidence to connect all the dots and possible theories that have factual evidence to back it. Now, we see a lot of times in the real world it lands somewhere in the middle here, but this brings a really interesting topic here, and that is on character assassination, okay? Now, character assassination is the essentially assassination of a person's character using tactics that are unprovable in a court of law. And just some examples in this case, and I'm not saying they're true, I'm not saying they're false or anything like that, but, you know, there's that really wild statement made by, gosh, what was her name? I should have had this written down.
She was like a psychologist or something.
Carol Lieberman. It
Yeah,
was
that's her.
Forensic psychiatrist Carol Lieberman told Newsweek that Kohberger's reported obsessive-compulsive eating habits indicate he's afraid that he would become addicted to human meat. That cannibalistic urges.
Well, she even said he was like afraid of his cannibalistic urges, which is why he wouldn't let meat touch his food.
Yes. Now, that is a prime example of painting a picture without having any evidence, okay? So, can we walk around outside and be like, ooh, you're vegan? You're a cannibal in the making. You just don't know it yet. Or can you only call someone a cannibal who eats humans?
Right.
Come on. You know what I mean? So in this case, why it's so important to me is because, look, you guys, whether he's the guy or not, I just hope he is the guy, because if he's not the guy, the real person or people are still out there and still capable of taking more people's lives, right?
Yeah, I think that's important to most people that are on either side of the fence, is that we have the right guy, but some people are just not willing to look at the other side, that he could possibly be innocent or he could possibly be guilty.
Yeah.
I think that, and these are things we've said a million times, that the evidence, there just isn't any good evidence.
Yep. Not currently. Now, a lot of people say that there's a good chance that they're going to be bringing more evidence. I hope so, because what I see currently just doesn't have what I need to see to be able to feel comfortable. We got the guy, and again, there could be more coming, you know. I'm not committing to his innocence. No. I'm not committing to his guilt or anything like that. But I found some really interesting other examples here. Now, did you know that a local brewer owner told NBC that Kohberger was known to be creepy to female employees? Jordan Sorolnik, a Pennsylvania brewer owner, said that, I don't know why it said that twice. That's weird. Maybe that was the title. So there he was. Kohberger was a patron at Sorolnik's Seven Sirens Brewing Company in Bethlehem, not far from DeSales University, where Kohberger got a master's degree last year. Kohberger was flagged as problematic at Seven Sirens. Other female employees and customers repeatedly complained that he was harassing them. He reportedly asked them where they lived, who they were there with, and then would get angry if they didn't respond. Yeah. Interesting, right? Again, this is one of those topics where I personally feel like I need some evidence here. Like, is there a list that's dated that we can see when he was kicked out and put on a no-serve list? Because a lot of bars have these lists for, you know, their servers to know and to look out for.
And if you have a guy who's consistently harassing your women patrons at your, you know, place of business, you're probably going to ban them. You're probably going to put them on that type of list.
Absolutely.
Especially if they're getting angry that they're not answering personal questions like that. I feel like we've seen a lot of people just come out of the woodwork with these claims without anything to back it at all. And I think some of this could be them not necessarily lying. Some of them could be lying, but some of them could also have these memories of him that they have now painted because of current evidence in this creepy way when it probably wasn't originally that way.
Yes.
So,
and that's why we point out bias a lot, because when you're trying to get down to the truth, bias is a very dangerous thing. And I think this case is a prime example of it. And I see two sides of the coin here. You have one side where outsiders or law enforcement would look in on this situation and say, you know, this is why sleuths are so bad or whatever, because then there's this line down the middle of people who think he's innocent and then people who think he's guilty, and that could be caused by a separation of the mainstream story. But when you're on the outsider looking in, the mainstream story is all good and everything, and I'll support it if there's evidence that backs it. And I always go back to this one case, the Gilgo murders. The mainstream storyline backs the evidence very clearly, you guys, very, very clearly. And the evidence that the FBI has gathered on him, on Rex Heuermann, is incredible. You could take the DNA out, and it's incredible. You could put the DNA back in and take the phone records out. It's incredible. Like, it is incredible. It's a multifaceted, multi-sided conviction. There's no way this man's going to get out of.
Yeah, and also, I feel like, oh my gosh, I totally lost my train of thought. Go ahead. I had it in my head, and then I started thinking about what you were saying, and I totally forgot.
Yep. So, you know, one of the main words that we hear thrown around in this case is incel.
Yeah.
I went digging trying to find evidence of this, and I couldn't find evidence of this. And you know what's funny is I actually found evidence that says the opposite, okay? So what society's definition, or what they expect to see from an incel, is a person that is unable to communicate or hang out or socialize with whoever they're attracted to, their preferred gender or whatever, in a social setting. They're kept to themselves. Normally we expect them to be behind computers, a gamer, whatever, like this idea, this image painted, right?
This isolated mom's basement type.
Right.
But I remember what I was going to say. He could also be the most misogynistic a-hole ever and not have committed these crimes.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that's possible. I just like to know, because you guys, character assassination is a very good red flag, a very good flag that the prosecution doesn't have a strong case. We see in a lot of these cases that the prosecution or the defense will lean on character assassination when they don't have a strong case, which further backs my question marks in this case. Do we have the right guy? Are our students okay? That's what matters here. Kohberger doesn't matter to me in this situation. Are the students that's back in school safe right now?
We don't know.
We don't know.
Not
we
for
don't
sure.
know. And I hope there's still an investigation being done here to make sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, why this sparked question marks or wanting me to look into it is there is actually a new claim against him. Okay, it came out right before we heard him waive the speedy trial, but according to this, Kohberger was in a vocational school program in high school. Okay, he was in his sophomore year, and it says Bryan Kohberger lost his spot in the vocational law enforcement program at his high school after female students lodged complaints about him, says a school administrator. This is according to Tanya Carmela Beers, a former administrator at the vocational school who oversaw student discipline and mental health. And then it goes on to have her say, a situation occurred where a complaint was made and the teacher reported it to me and said an investigation needed to be conducted. Carmela Beers said in an interview with the Idaho Massacre podcast. Other students were interviewed. Bryan was interviewed. And, you know, there comes a time when decisions have to be made, whether it's the decision the student wants or not.
Okay.
So, I have a couple questions here, okay? Well, let me finish, I guess, the statement. So she further says, he was removed from the law enforcement program and transitioned into the HVAC program. And then at the end of the 11th grade is when he decided not to return as a senior, which makes sense. He wanted to be in law enforcement. If he wasn't there for law enforcement, then why be there? You know what I mean? So, I have a couple questions here. So, they make it sound like and seem like it was only female students who logged the complaint.
Yep.
But it doesn't say no male students logged the complaint.
You're right.
So, I think that, is it possible that male and female students logged the complaint?
Probably.
I feel like that's possible. Now
They
she
leave
says,
it open.
Yeah, exactly, to paint the picture here. Now it goes on to further say that she says it's interesting because she knows that he goes on to repair his life and live a seemingly normal life. Okay, what does that make me think of? Was this drug related? Because this was the time that we know he was battling drugs. Can you be a drug addict and be in a law enforcement program?
So what, those 3 girls reported his drug use to the law enforcement program?
There are no 3 girls.
You said 3 girls reported him.
Just girls. They said word for word.
I saw it on articles that it was 3 girls. So, I thought you also said 3 girls, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, I don't think I did. Why am I missing it now? I don't know. But I don't think I said 3 girls. All it says is women in the class complained.
Okay.
Yeah. Women in the class complained. However, it doesn't say men complained too. We don't know if this was multiple people complaining because you have a heroin addict nodding out in class. But what's interesting is she goes on to say, as far as we knew, we thought Bryan Kohberger was good and he had moved on and fixed his life. That's something you would hear from, like, a drug addict. You're glad they stopped partying, they fixed their life. What else could it be? Because it insinuates that he was abusing women by saying only women complained and...
But then he went on and fixed his life.
But then he was allowed to stay in the school.
Right.
So I'm just curious what you guys think, honestly.
It seems like it's intentionally vague.
It seems like it's intentionally vague, or it seems like it's intentionally talking about some details and not others, which, again, this is classic 101 character assassination, you guys, okay? Here is a very interesting story. So I went on to do some more research into this, about his character, and I came across a document in crimeinamerica.net, okay? And they go into the comparison between Bryan Kohberger and the United States Secret Service report, The Hot Yoga Tallahassee Attacker. Do you remember that at all?
No.
No?
Hot Yoga Tallahassee Attacker?
So, on November 2nd, 2018, a 40-year-old gunman opened fire inside a Hot Yoga Tallahassee, a yoga studio in Tallahassee, Florida, killing 2 women and injuring 4 more before ending themselves. The attacker was motivated to carry out violence by his inability to develop or maintain relationships with women, along with his perception of women's societal power over men. For decades prior, he engaged in numerous instances of inappropriate and criminal behavior directed towards women and girls. These behaviors resulted in him losing several jobs, being barred from public locations, and having multiple contacts with law enforcement, some of which resulted in an arrest. The behavioral history of the Hot Yoga Tallahassee hacker illustrates many of the behavioral threat assessment themes identified through the years of the U.S. Secret Service research examining targeted violence. Further, this attacker's history highlights the specific threat posed by misogynistic extremism. The Hot Yoga Tallahassee attacker did not appear to adopt any of these specific ideological labels, but his behavior and beliefs aligned with many who do. Although these labels and their origins vary, they all have proponents who have called for violence against women. These behavioral themes are frequently seen in the backgrounds of other attackers and as such should be the focus of community-level violence prevention efforts to identify and intervene with those who pose a risk of engaging in targeted violence. Basically, to sum it up, what they're saying is this guy wasn't a part of any specific anti-women groups or incel groups or anything like that, but ideologically he aligned with all of the ideas that these similar groups have. Now, he went into the hot yoga studio not to target a woman or a couple women, but to target the studio because it is a women-focused studio. Okay? Hot yoga clearly this hot yoga studio it had primarily women in there, so he targeted the location, and that's what they're trying to say could have happened with 1122, that the location was targeted, not the girls. Okay? Now, what, you have a question?
Okay. That Bryan specifically targeted the house and like the location, not the girls?
They're trying to make the connection here that Bryan could have some of these behavioral traits.
Okay.
So, the SumNation in the interest of some nation, the gunman in the hot yoga Tallahassee shooting had A, a long history of inappropriate acts towards women and girls, B, a long history of misogynistic writings, songs, and videos, C, family interventions towards the shooter because of inappropriate acts towards women and girls. Now, professional history. Obtaining college degrees, he enrolled in a graduate school in Florida and graduated with 2 master's degrees, one in public administration and the other in urban and regional planning.
Oh, wow.
He was a teacher for Maryland and Florida school systems, and he was an Army officer. Now, contacts with the justice system. This is important, you guys, when thinking about Kohberger. Multiple complaints regarding hostility towards women and girls. Multiple interactions with police for the same reasons. Several arrests for touching or harassing. College roommates in Florida later described him as odd and obnoxious. He admired Ted Bundy and other serial killers. He made fellow employees very, very nervous. He was court-ordered to attend counseling several times. He lost his apartment due to complaints of inappropriate behavior. He admired Hitler. His website was referred to a federal law enforcement agency, okay? Before the crime, there was extensive preparations before the shooting, including the purchase of a gun, ammunition, ear protection, and firearms practice. There was extensive violence-related writings and songs posted to his website. So, I read this and I immediately start thinking like, okay, where is the connection here? Let's just assume
They're
that
cherry picking.
They're cherry picking. Now, I do believe all of these connections were real with this man because they have history proving it, okay?
Yeah.
He was picked up by cops.
That's the difference, is the history, the clear
the
evolution, the progression.
And evolution. Kohberger has never been picked up by police, you guys. Never. Not one single time, okay?
Yeah, he has 0 criminal history or record.
He has never been kicked out of his house for obscene behavior. He was never court-ordered to attend counseling several times, okay?
We also have no actual documented complaints of any women complaining about him.
Well, except for the tickling thing, which, don't get me wrong, that's weird, you guys.
That's not documented. That is one lady giving an interview on TV.
Well, correct. There's no official documentation.
She's showing her face, which is important that she's showing her face.
It is.
But lots of all the other ones...
Much more believable.
Right. All the other ones, they don't show their face, and we have no documentation proving any of it at all. Ever happened.
No. I agree.
And we don't even know who these women are.
I agree. So here's the comparisons between Kohberger and the hot yoga Tallahassee attacker. Now, again, I think it's important that we pay attention to the character assassination in this, right? So, from Vox and additional media, we understand that Kohberger. Did you catch that?
Wait, what? No.
From Vox and additional media, we understand that Kohberger, they're literally prefacing their character statement of him as, we understand who Kohberger is from Vox and media. Yeah.
Okay.
So, was highly educated. So this is on crimeinamerica.net. Was highly educated, the same as the hot yoga Tallahassee attacker. Okay, lots of highly educated people out there in the world.
Yeah.
Was described as awkward in social settings, the same as the hot yoga Tallahassee attacker. One, okay, there's some truth there that there are attackers and people who end up committing crimes that are a little bit strange, okay? But there's also a ton of people that don't end up being criminals that are strange.
Yeah, there's strange people
All
out there
people are strange.
that don't kill people.
Yeah. The big key difference is the hot yoga Tallahassee attacker ended up being picked up by police, has a criminal history of being awkward and obscene and power hungry and taking advantage of situations.
That's what I feel like you have to be careful with, is because people will once they start picking at you, they're going to find things about you that they're going to twist and make strange.
Yep. Absolutely. Was abusive towards friends, the same as the hot yoga Tallahassee attacker. So I haven't heard any claims of him being abusive to friends.
Everyone said he was a good friend that I heard.
Yep, me too. He studied serial killers, the same as the hot yoga Tallahassee attacker. Okay.
Yeah.
He made people nervous, the same as the hot yoga Tallahassee attacker. I've heard a couple claims where people were a little weirded out just because like his social presence was a little off or whatever. But both had respectable positions, I guess, working towards it. Both researched previous acts of violence. I mean, he's in law enforcement, okay. Both engaged in extensive preparations before the crime. That sounds like a leap to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the female targets in Tallahassee were unknown to the attackers. Some suggest that Kohberger targeted the house, not the female victims. So, the damage on the victims says that there were 2 targeted at least, okay?
Also, it's a lot different targeting a hot yoga studio where you know there's going to be women all the time because it's yoga in a random house.
I agree. I agree when you're looking at the crime, but I'm specifically just trying to look at the character here, and I personally don't see a lot of correlation here. Now, if we are able to get Kohberger's past, okay, and we see that 2 different times, 3 different times, the cops were called to this bar because Bryan Kohberger was all up in girls' business when he drank too much and was asking questions like, where do you live? Do you have a man here? And making people uncomfortable. Okay, I can start to see it. But as of now, we don't see that. And even with this new claim that they're saying is specifically targeted at women, nothing in here says that it has anything to do with women. Nothing. It just says some women in the class complained. Okay, but did some men complain too? Was this dude nodding out? Was there something going on?
And what did they complain about? What was the nature of their complaint? That's
I don't think we'll find out, but I agree. That would solve everything.
Yeah.
That would solve everything.
Because they could be complaining about something that has nothing to do with his conduct towards them as women. Yep.
And look, if you guys look into the pool party that Bryan Kohberger went to when he first moved out into that area, he got 2 girls' phone numbers that day?
Yeah, I did hear about that.
Dude, that is not an incel, you guys.
No.
That is not an incel. He talked to a couple dudes, and maybe he made those guys feel awkward according to them. I have no idea. But then he immediately went into a social situation where there were multiple women, had a conversation with 2 women. That's a certain level of confidence there. Asked for their phone number to hang out later or talk or whatever, and got both women's phone numbers.
Yeah.
That's not incel behavior.
No, it's not.
So this just keeps taking me back to, I hope the prosecution has more evidence.
Yeah, I really hope so too, because it's not looking good the way it is right now.
It's not looking good, and it makes me nervous. I am terrified that the real killer is still out there.
Yeah.
I'm terrified. And maybe Bryan Kohberger has a part in it. Maybe he was involved in some way. I don't know, because none of the evidence is telling us anything. None of the evidence is painting a good picture of anything. But I want to know what you guys think. That's why we bring these up, to have the conversation after the fact, to take the conversation to the live stream, to talk about it in the comments, to hear what you think. I want to know what you guys think about the character assassination. If you want another example too, I keep going back to the YMW Melly case, because that prosecution targeted his clothing to character assassinate him, saying, look, he wore a red shirt or he wore a beige jacket during these months, which probably was winter months, and said that he is a gang member doing horrible things because he's wearing that beige jacket, because new initiates have to wear brown or beige. Like, that sounds like a stretch. I need more evidence than that, okay? And then they tried saying, because he has friends and has talked about all this stuff in his music, which it's like gangster rap music, okay, that means that he is a bad guy and does bad things.
Yeah.
We need evidence to back this stuff up, you guys, and we have to hold ourselves accountable to make sure that we're unbiased in looking at the evidence. And the more time that goes on, the more this gets clouded with the Kohberger case.
Well, it's just like, what was spread around the media? Oh, that he had stalked the victims on Instagram and sent them messages. And then Ann Taylor said there's no connection. And that whole rumor about him stalking them on Instagram and sending them messages
was fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was found fake. Yep.
Yeah. And people still talk about it like it could be real.
There fewer people, but yeah, some people do talk about it like it could be real. I hear all the time that he had one of the victims' IDs in his closet, that he was following them on Instagram and sending them messages and they weren't responding, that he was seen following one of them. None of these things are, his TA job, that he got let go from his TA job because he was hating on women and grading them harshly and all this stuff. None of these things have any validity to them, you guys. And again, I'm not fighting for his innocence. I'm fighting for justice, and I'm fighting for a killer to be off the streets so that we don't have more dead students.
Yeah. Justice is the truth. And hopefully creating a safer community.
Absolutely. The goal here is a safer community.
Yeah. And the truth.
Yeah. But let us know what you guys think. I don't see this being a popular video being about character assassination, but you guys might surprise us, and I'd love to know what you think. I feel like there's going to be a lot of takes from people who believe he's innocent, and people that just are totally bought into his guilt are going to hate this video, you know?
Probably.
But look, in order for your take to stand on two legs, okay, firm ground, stand on its own, it's got to be able to be questioned. It has to.
Yeah.
That's literally the only way.
That's what they do in court. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
They literally go back and forth just refuting each other's evidence.
Absolutely. So if your take can't stand on its own 2 feet firmly, then you got to take it back to the drawing board. More evidence, more explanation, more information, and bring it back, you know? Mm-hmm. But let us know what you think.
I mean, in other Kohberger news, which is very current, he just waived his right to a speedy trial. And we talked about this on live stream the day after the hearing happened, because, our internet was down. We couldn't do the live stream that day, which really sucked.
Yeah.
I really wanted to be on there watching it with everybody. But many things came out of this. Now, a lot of people were theorizing that there was no way they were going to trial at the planned date. Like, no way. It's only 6 weeks away. This is not happening. They're going to waive the right. I did hear that lawyer, which I feel like he has done a really good job covering the Kohberger case in an unbiased way.
I don't know.
The court hearings, I do think so. Because he 100% believes in his right to a fair trial and innocent until proven guilty and all that stuff. And he called out a lot of things in this court hearing on the state.
Because I've seen a couple of his videos, and I love him, the lawyer, I'll put a picture up as we talk about him here. I've seen a few of his videos on the Kohberger stuff where I felt like, there's a little bit of bias there. I feel like there's a little bit of bias where he's like explaining why it's okay for the prosecution to do things in this way, where the defense was questioning those. And I personally feel like, I side with the defense, where at least those behaviors should have been questioned and why they were done that way, and he was trying to say that it's normal and everything. And based on my experience, and I'm not a lawyer, he is, okay? I'm not a lawyer. I still felt like there was something wrong there. But
Right.
that's just a few things.
But he also knows probably what is normal, even if it's right or wrong, it may still be done,
Yeah.
like regularly, whether it's okay or not.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Which is something he
he's
did
the
talk about.
professional, so,
Right.
Yep.
So, let's see. So, I think this hearing was only like 25 minutes from the footage I saw. It was that quick. They came off the rip. Your Honor, we want to waive the right to the speedy trial. Ann Taylor explained it was because she felt like she couldn't be effective in that amount of time, that they had not finished many things like witnesses and investigations and stuff like that. And also that she felt like because of the way the prosecution withheld evidence, it made Kohberger have to choose between rights.
Yep.
And
the prosecution knew what they were doing, you guys.
Absolutely.
I've said it the whole time.
It was intentional.
The prosecution was not fighting for Kohberger's guilt during all of that time up until this recent hearing.
Yeah.
They were only fighting to get the speedy trial off the table.
Yeah. So basically he had to choose between a fair trial or a speedy trial.
Yep.
And after she says all of this, Bill Thompson makes a statement saying that they wish they could keep the speedy trial and want it to be done as quick as possible, but he thinks it was a smart decision. And I'm thinking,
who cares? Like, why give your opinion?
Yeah, why does your opinion matter? And you're saying you want it done as quick as possible, yet you fought against it being done as quick as possible the entire time.
Yeah.
And then compliment her on her smart decision.
Right.
It almost feels passive-aggressive, like, I won. I did what I wanted.
Maybe.
I got what I wanted.
I don't think the prosecution didn't want the speedy trial either, and I don't know why. I can't put those pieces together yet. I just can't figure out why they didn't want it so badly, other than the fact that the longer this goes on, the less eyes start following it.
And they get called out less.
They get called out less.
So I saw a lot of people online saying, "Oh, he would not have waived his speedy trial if he were innocent."
Yeah, that's not true.
Not true at all.
Nope.
And I feel like the lawyer, did a really good job combating that rhetoric that there's pros and cons to waiving it or keeping it, and neither one of them means innocent or guilty.
No.
And a ton of innocent people waive the right to a speedy trial because a lot of lawyers just do it off the rip.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So the pressure's off and you can really take your time to get into the case. Now, does it suck he's going to have to sit in jail if he's innocent and await his trial for could be years, could be months, we don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, that sucks. But
it's horrible.
But say he is truly, honestly innocent and he wants a fair trial so that he can be exonerated and have the rest of his life. Like, what is a year
Absolutely.
compared to the rest of your life?
Yep. What is a year compared to a firing squad?
Yeah.
Gosh.
No kidding. Yeah, because this is DP, which brings us to another thing. Ann Taylor wants the death penalty taken off the table.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah.
Duh. I mean, I think that makes sense. I don't understand why it was put on there in the first place. I don't understand how the prosecution, the state, could make this a DP case with that evidence.
I agree.
And from the beginning, I wondered almost if it was a setup to get the trial dismissed intentionally.
Yeah.
I don't know. That could totally be just ridiculous conspiracy theory, okay? I'm no expert on anything. But I almost wondered, that just seemed like such
A weird
choice.
Yeah. Yeah, this case has been anything but normal, and that's one other area that I differ from the lawyer is, again, he's said multiple times that everything looks pretty standard, and I guess based on his opinion and perception of what is standard or average, it is, but based on everything I've seen, It's anything but standard, you guys. Anything but standard. There is no verifications of witnesses, of expert testimony. There is no validation of any of the information that's coming through. I've liked Judge, okay? But I do think that Judge has some areas of opportunity where he can dig into the evidence a little bit more. And like one example of that is the prosecution says that there are not 3 other male DNA profiles, even though it's listed everywhere in the PCA. It's listed all over the place. Everyone's been talking about it. And then you have the defense saying that there is. Why doesn't the judge look into that evidence and say, hey, look, prosecution, we actually have evidence here showing it is, so you have this much time to get it here. You know what I mean? That's what the judge is there for. But he kind of lets that slide under the table where the defense is saying, look, we know it's there and we need it and we want it to defend our case and innocence. And the prosecution's like, nah, it's not there. It doesn't exist. What do you want me to say? She can't get something that's not real, that's not true, even though there's evidence.
Yeah, and there's got to be some level of trust. Like, I don't know about that. So, I want to touch on them wanting to remove the cameras from the courtroom. A new doc just came out, literally citing tons of pictures of them exclusively focusing on Kohberger.
I know,
Why?
dude.
Why can you not just get a full courtroom shot and stop? So that, because this is literally going to mean we can't see the trial.
Yeah. I know.
You know how crappy that is?
It's horrible.
Why can't the media just behave themselves? I don't understand it. Like, are you adults or are you not? Are you literally a bunch of toddlers?
Yeah.
It really makes me angry that they're going to ruin it for everybody.
I agree.
Like, there's so many people invested in this case, and they're in there acting like animals. Like, no, I'm gonna get the best shot of his face. Like, no, just get the full shot. We want to see the full thing anyway.
Yep.
I don't understand it. But anyway, so she's basically saying that the media broke the judge's rules of not focusing on Kohberger and many other rules where they're distracting, the counsel table, and they want that Ann Taylor wants them removed. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, this worked in Lori Vallow Daybell's case where they were removed and we only got audio after that. Because they also didn't follow the rules that the judge laid down. And
that drives me crazy,
me
man.
too.
I wish I could know who took the pictures and just, throw them under the bus online.
Yeah.
Get your stuff together.
No,
you
no
cameramen. Come on, you jerks.
Now, we get to witness tampering.
Yeah.
Witness intimidation.
Oh, mind blown, you guys.
Admitted.
Mind blown.
Admitted, I feel like, by the state, who is trying to clarify. He even says, I'm trying to clarify because, the cameras and stuff. I'm like, you literally just admitted to it. Mm-hmm. You didn't clarify that you're innocent. You literally admitted to witness intimidation.
Yep.
As far as I'm concerned. And the lawyer, was like, after he heard, so at first, when he heard Ann Taylor describe it, he's like, all right, it could be this. I want to hear what the defense says. And after the defense spoke, he was like...
You mean the prosecution?
Or, yeah, the state. The prosecution. After they spoke, he was like, what?
I know.
And he literally said what he would say. Like, are you kidding me?
Yep.
This is what they're doing to a paid, expert witness.
It's wild stuff.
What Ann Taylor says is basically we're worried about the witnesses that we are calling in this case. Miss Vargas, who's in question, who was supposedly intimidated, testified that there are loopholes that law enforcement uses to basically circumvent the rules, the standard process for the DNA. Mm-hmm. And it's on an honor system.
Yep.
So she felt conflicted about testifying about this, but she did it anyway because she has seen it firsthand and knows that it happens. and that Miss Vargas was literally visited at her home by the FBI, who then interrogated her. Bill Thompson responds and says that they heard, like, basically through the grapevine in the genealogy world from people that she was going to retract her statement, she said a few days ago, and testimony, like some of her testimony, and what was in her declaration. So some statements she made, and the declaration and testimony, that she was going to retract those and change it. Bill Thompson asked the FBI to go to her house and ask her about it. And what?
Yeah.
Why? Why could he not have called? Okay.
Didn't he go there with them?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I thought he went there with them. Him and 2 FBI agents to confirm and ask her if this is what she wants to do.
Well, I think that I don't know
it
for
needs
sure.
To go through the defense.
The audio is really bad, but the fact that she contacted Ann Taylor afterwards, like,
and said, "Hey, something's up."
Yeah.
I agree.
That doesn't look good. So now I'm questioning, is she actually going to change it now, or is she calling Ann Taylor?
Or did the prosecution submit something saying that she's going to change it, and then she called Ann Taylor and was like, "Hey, this is what just happened. In order to get him to leave, I had to promise I would change something, and just want to let you know." I don't know. I'm totally making that up, like, just as a theory. But I think it's plausible. I mean, we have agents, we have law enforcement agents and a DA going to a defense expert and clarifying their story.
What?
What?
I think they were there to try to get her to retract her statements, clearly.
Absolutely. That's why I'm saying,
okay,
like,
so
clarifying their story.
If he supposedly for real heard that, they were supposed to cross-examine these witnesses
and
in court.
Didn't.
In court.
And
like, they were supposed to call them back to court at a later date to cross-examine them, okay? And also, why didn't he call her and be like, "Hey, I heard you want to retract your statements. Do you want to come into the office?" Not send FBI agents to her home or office, I think it was her home,
to control the narrative,
yeah.
You guys. Control the narrative is what's going on. And I guarantee you they probably had her entire statement and went through it like, okay, so line 12, let's go through this. Does this sound like? I think this sounds like it should be... Does it sound like it should be removed? You know what I mean?
Well, because what she said, I think, implicates the FBI in this case as doing something wrong, is what I think.
Yeah.
That the FBI is probably the main offenders of this.
Yeah.
Because that's where we got that family tree built out. The DNA data was from their lab.
Yeah, but I don't think they're the ones who built out the tree, though. I think they
Is that
got
a third-party organization?
Yeah, through a third party. Yep. Yeah.
Okay, but that has to be through a loophole.
Well, sure. This is not new information. If it's new information for you guys, I suggest you go look into this. But the reason why I don't submit any of my DNA or any of this stuff is because for a long time, for as long as these have been out, there's always been a box on all these providers with the DNA that says, I am not willing to have my DNA shared with law enforcement and these other areas, whatever. And for a decade, people have known that they've had a back end into this anyways, because once it's in the system and in the computer, that box isn't going to do anything. Your data's in their system. It's in their computer, along with everybody else's. So, come on.
They're not paying attention to the box. The box doesn't even matter.
They're
care. Using all of it.
Yep.
They are. Using all of it is basically what she's saying.
And then in the tree, they're just not including anybody that checked that box, even though they did use those people that didn't check that box to bounce references off of them. Yeah.
Yep. So, I believe the next hearing is September 1st, but that was very eventful, and honestly, when I heard that, it just immediately, I was like, oh my gosh, Dr. Moore.
Yep, I agree. We need to do the Dr. Moore story on a pre-record is what we need to do.
On the podcast?
Yep. We'll do it next week.
Yeah, we did it on stream where we read through the full document, like talked
Our
through the whole
not,
story.
Yeah. Our viewers that are with us on stream are different from our video watcher viewers. Like, I noticed the comments different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I want to put the same story out for people who watch our videos, the pre-recorded stuff, and don't have time or whatever to come on the live stream, and they're still going to have access to it. So.
Yep, but I started looking up what could be considered witness tampering and all of that. And okay, so although the elements for crime can differ by jurisdiction, the common elements are as follow. 1, the defendant attempted to make another person testify falsely or withhold testimony or evidence. That's number 1.
Yeah.
2, the defendant had reason to believe that the other person was a witness or may have relevant information. And 3, the information was relevant to a crime or civil action. So it can be by persuasion, physical force, or threatening. Persuasion. It can literally just be persuasion.
Yep.
That's it.
There should be a rule, in my opinion, that the expert testimony or expert witnesses can only meet with both sides. Like, if you're the
At
opposing,
the same time.
if you're the opposing. So if it's the defense's expert, then the prosecution should not ever be able to meet with them without the defense there with them.
I could.
That's just
see
safe.
that.
That's just keep everybody safe and honest and accountability. Like, come on.
Well, it's also a bit weird that Bill Thompson has the FBI just at his behest to go
he's
shake up
DA,
a
though.
witness.
Yeah, he's a district attorney, though.
I get it, but it's like,
DA's
what are you?
got power.
What are you? The mob?
Yeah.
Jesus.
The DA's got power, man.
But yeah,
So.
I mean, that's basically it. I mean, I was shocked, but at the same time, just not shocked.
Yeah.
Like, at all.
Yeah.
It's kind of to be
I'm
expected
shocked.
at this point.
I'm shocked. I still choose to give people the benefit of the doubt that are involved in law enforcement, the same people that are public servants, put their lives on the line. It's really easy, in my opinion, to be an outside judge looking in and judging the situation really
true.
harshly. Yes, there are absolutely legal loopholes where a lawyer is not technically lying, but they're not talking about specific evidence that they know is there and things like that. Like, everyone knows these loopholes, but the difference is they're available to both the prosecution and the defense. Okay, that's what makes them fair, as long as they're not lying to each other and lying to the judge or whatever. Now, do I think there's some hinky stuff going on here? Yeah, and again, I don't think that Bryan's innocent or guilty. To me, it doesn't matter. But I do think there's a possibility they worked backwards in this case. And it might be because they have evidence, okay? Maybe evidence that they can't share that 100% confirms Kohberger did it. So they had to work backwards, which they shouldn't have done. But maybe that's what they did. I don't know. But these are the flags that we're seeing, okay? We're seeing major holes in the evidence. We're seeing some major behavioral red flags popping up, and we're here to judge those things, you guys. Like, this is what we focus on, you know?
Yeah. So, I did want to mention...
And we want you to.
Yeah, agreed. I did want to mention the Gonzalez family real quick, though.
Yep.
In that...
Those darn shirts.
Earlier, I know, the shirts... Bad move, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I can't criticize them too much. Like, I get it. I get where they're coming from.
Yeah.
They lost loved ones.
Yeah.
So I
It's
understand their anger. I understand their grief. I get it. It's hard. But earlier Wednesday, before the hearing, Gonzalez posted, like, the family, I guess, they have a family Facebook page, posted, we are afraid he is going to waive his rights to a speedy trial. If he does, trial will not be starting October 2nd, and it's very likely it won't take place for years. We want to get this trial over. Just thinking it could be years absolutely kills me. And then after, after it says, wait. They suspected it all along, basically, that he would. But
they got to do. He has to do what's best for him to prove his case. So.
Yeah, and they did say that this case carries. Wait. It says the Gonzalez family said in an emailed statement to the Ohio Statesman through attorney Shannon Gray, upon the court finally putting hard deadline in place, they suspected he'd waive his trial rights.
Yeah.
It's saying something else here, but I feel like it's not. I think this is a further statement. It's separate, but it doesn't say who said it, which is weird. But it says, this case carries enormous weight for the families and the community, and this additional time allows both sides to be fully prepared for the next trial date, which I'm glad they at least said that. That, yes, it needs to be fair, and both sides need to be prepared, and that's the only way we're going to get down to the truth and get it done. But I almost wonder if... Because since all of this, okay, Ann Taylor has tried to get the DP off of the table, and also has filed 2 motions to dismiss the indictment. 24 reasons listed under seal that involve misconduct of the prosecution, withholding exculpatory evidence. What was the other one? It was a biased grand jury or something like that. Yep. Multiple things that sound shady and really bad. I'm almost wondering if she didn't do that, waive the speedy trial, because she knows upon further investigation they're going to be able to get exculpatory evidence to just get it thrown out.
Yeah. Yep.
Or prove some kind of corruption, illegal activity that will get it thrown out. I'm wondering if there's more to it than we know.
Yeah. And there could be, and we just don't know, you guys. We just don't know, and hope that we'll be able to find out.
But that's it. We want to know what you think about all of that. I mean, I'm a little bit sad, because that means the case is going to probably really slow down for a while. A long time. Yeah. And obviously, when you're invested in something, you want to know how it's going to end.
Yes.
You want to know what's going to happen.
Yes.
But in the same respect, I mean, maybe it'll be a good thing. I don't know.
Maybe. For me, it doesn't matter as long as we get the truth. That is the only important thing to me, you guys, the truth. So. Yeah. But, well, I guess there's something even more important, your opinion. So share it. Comments below.
Subscribe, review.
So
join the live stream.
But yeah, that is it. And like you said it, join the live stream.
If you made it to the end of the podcast, you are our favorite viewer in the world.
Favorite viewer in the world.
And when you come join the live stream, put what emoji is a rare emoji they could put?
Oh, pizza emoji?
Yeah, put a pizza emoji. We'll have a pizza party. If you made it to the end of the podcast, put a pizza emoji in the live stream chat next time. Yes. And we'll know.
Yes.
We'll be waiting for the pizza emoji.
We will. We will. Even though you probably won't be hearing this for a couple weeks. But yes. Pizza emoji.
You'll get the favorite viewer award.
Yeah, but I guess that's a good intro, though, talking about that. So we're working on the membership and what it's going to be available to you guys, because if we're going to offer on YouTube, if we're going to offer a membership, we want it to actually have some sort of value there, right? So we're thinking that with our longer podcasts, sometimes it can take 2 weeks on one platform, 3 weeks on the other platform to come out, because we put out our smaller videos, cut up videos first, because time is essential in some of these stories, like what we just talked about here with Bryan Kohberger stuff, where other stories, it's not as important. So there's quite a bit of a delay, but with the membership stuff, we're thinking of releasing everything to you right away. And if you're not a member, then you follow the normal schedule and delays. And then we're thinking about an additional live stream with members only. Plus we'll have emoji stickers, all that fun stuff. Special colors for your name to know the difference between like the OG viewers that have been here from the beginning and the members and then the other people. But if you have an opinion and preference, we want to know what that is. We are trying to come up with ideas to make it awesome and fun and something you want to be a part of with us, you know. And we could have a special member group that's invite only on Discord.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that people that have been the OG viewers and our members and everything, you know, there will come a time where we'll need moderators and everything. So, you know, there's a certain level of trust that gets built and all those things. So if you're one of those people, we really appreciate you. If you're not one of those people, we appreciate you being here too and watching. And something free you can do if you're not to the point where you're ready to be a member is just subscribing, hitting like, leaving a comment. If you're on Apple Podcasts, leaving a review for us, letting us know what you think. I know there's questions you can put on each video on there too. If you're on Spotify, give us a like, and any of the other platforms. Help us get out there. We want to get to a point where we can do this more full-time. We can cover more topics. We can cover more topics more in depth and spend more time with you. So yeah. This is Thought Riot Podcast. My name is Brendan.
I'm Malia.
And we are out.
Awkward bye.
Bye.